everyone. Welcome to the March 19th meeting of the Arlington County Board. For those joining online, this is the chair, Katie Crystal speaking. I'm joined today by my colleagues, our Vice Chairman, Mr. Dorsey, Mr. Carantonis, Mr. DeFranti, and Ms. Garvey. We are very glad to have you all joining, some in the boardroom and some remotely via Teams. Just a couple of announcements before we get underway with public comment. Notably, the county manager recently revised the mask policy in county public facilities based on guidance from the CDC as well as the Virginia Department of Health. And good, declining infection rates in our community. Masks are now optional. You might see us or our staff continuing to wear masks based on individual preference. We welcome the wearing of masks based on individual preference as well. And we are also practicing to some degree social distancing. We also have a number of people participating remotely as part of our hybrid meeting model. So just a couple of words. If you're speaking in person, in front of you, you'll find the podium can be adjusted up or down. There are arrow buttons on your right. And if we can make sure you speak clearly into that microphone so that we can hear you and it can be captured for the record and broadcast as well. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony today, our clerk is happy to take them if you can include your name and contact information on the documents. That can help us keep the conversation going. For those joining us remotely, good morning. Please do keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you're called on to speak. That helps with the bandwidth. If you are calling in by phone, you'll need to unmute yourself by using *6. Or if you are on the Teams on an app or browser, just click that microphone button on the toolbar when you're ready to speak. And as always, if you need any help, our clerk and deputy clerk are available to do so. And we have a Spanish language interpreter on the line who can help with individual translation. Buenos dias. Could you introduce yourself in English and in Spanish?
Good morning. This is Charlene Varela, your Spanish interpreter. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Charlene Varela. Soy su intérprete en caso de que necesiten traducción, interpretación al inglés. Gracias. Thank you.
Yeah, muchas gracias, señora Varela. Okay, and occasionally you'll find that we might need to get up and stretch our legs. That will probably be more so the case with some of our longer items today. But we always like to note that there are speakers and monitors in the back so we can hear you and we are still following along. With that, we are ready to hear first from public comment. Just a reminder, as we've been doing throughout this year so far, the goal of public comment is for individuals to alert the board to issues that have not been the subject of a recent public hearing or will not be upcoming for a public hearing. To ensure that we can hear a range of issues and to be fair and consistent across all speakers, we have a one speaker per topic rule. You may have heard about that from our clerks as you sought to sign up this morning. It helps us efficiently manage public comment and get to the main purpose of our agenda, which is the scheduled items. And that helps us respect the time of neighbors who are waiting for hearings on those regular agenda items. And we have also been encouraging folks, if you're here with a coordinated group, please do identify one representative to speak about your topic. And you are welcome to show support for that representative by standing or however else you wish. There are, of course, other ways to let the county board know about an issue, including writing us at countyboard@arlingtonva.us. And if you'd like a more dynamic conversation with multiple voices, more back and forth with the board, we recommend our Open Door Monday sessions as well. Please do see our clerks if you have any questions. And with that, my spiel is done, so we will open us up for public comment this morning. Madam Clerk, if you could please call our first speakers.
So our first speaker is Rebecca Roper, followed by Darren Triganopolis.
Good morning, Ms. Roper.
Good morning. Today I've come to the board to make recommendations with respect to Plan Langston Brown Area 3, which affects my personal property. My home of 23 years is one of the 3 one-story homes. I had a PowerPoint.
Yes.
Among the 11 homes along 22nd Road North between North Columbus and North Buchanan Street, just off what we see the intersection of Glebe and Lee Highway. And you all just had a school built, and it was helpful to show the 6-story height with the crane that's shown there. I would prefer to have my home remain surrounded by private homes with building height limits of 35 feet, consistent with the home and neighborhood I chose. Yet if the board recharacterizes my home, I urge them to do the following. Building height. Next slide, please. Smaller homes can be contributors of extensive canopy, which I've heard be discussed here at this actual board. And for my home, I also hope to have solar power. So you can see my little Snoopy. I have a little house that's 18 feet, gives you an idea of size. And I've been working very hard, and it's great to have the Arlington County Co-op to have solar power installed. Specifically for the homes along 22nd Road, the current one-story business they abut, please retain the current code book section of 45-foot height limits, which is in essence 4 stories. Next slide. Please consider the height of surrounding homes, presence and desire of solar panels for each of the sections of the plan Langston Brown, as you have different height limitations. Next slide. I may have only a 1-story house, yet I have 2 utility poles. Please consider giving priority in the Arlington Capital Plan to have buried utility lines in those areas affected with PLB. It will be both enticing to investors and assuage some of the offset of the inconvenience of building and activity. We regularly have lines clipped, and this.
If you want to make just a sentence to wrap up, is fine.
Can I just go because the PowerPoint, just one
Sure,
moment?
please.
Okay. One thing, this is really important, in the conversations on the webinars, if they could do a better job of capturing, maybe with polling in real time, or having a facilitator to kind of neutralize things devolved in the December meeting, and just capture where we are with this one particular group, rather than relying only on panels, because lots of people have something to say.
Thank you, Ms. Roper. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Darren Triganopolis. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Triganopolis.
Good morning. My Riverwood neighbors, some of them here, and I are deeply concerned that a neighboring house has been used over the last 9 months not as a residence, but as a commercial venue for large raucous parties and as a non-permitted accessory homestay rental. We've shared evidence about these activities with the board, the Revenue and Zoning Permit offices, and the county police. We are troubled, though, that police who have arrived on scene seem to feel limited in what they can do, issuing citations for underage drinking, but stopping short of halting the parties outright. That's especially troubling because if someone in your neighborhood set out to purposely create a safety risk, they would create the very conditions we have witnessed at 2747 North Nelson. Advertise the house as suitable for large parties that aim to attract young people, many of them underage. Fail to ensure no underage drinking. Draw buses and heavy auto traffic into the neighborhood, driven at high speeds and very possibly under the influence, and leave alcohol bottles, cans, and other refuse, including in neighbors' yards. This is worse than an accident waiting to happen. It's a potential tragedy in the making. We ask the board to act as quickly as possible to prevent that by ensuring the county sets firm conditions on the usage of this house, no large parties, period, and no further rentals until the owners have met all of the permit, residency, and tax requirements to do so. More broadly, we also urge the board to ensure that police feel fully empowered to bring high-risk situations like this under more immediate control, and that Arlington residents have the most streamlined system possible to resolve such concerns, such as a single port of entry for citizen complaints like ours that fall under the purview of multiple county offices. When this board first permitted Airbnb-type offerings, it tried to ensure that homeowners would operate them safely with due regard for the surrounding community. That goal would be met by taking the actions we requested with regard to that address and clarifying the police and complaint processes.
Thank you, Mr. Triganopolis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Our next speaker, I have an odd notation here, criminal justice. Actually, the subject is Ukraine. Sorry, what's your name, ma'am?
My name is Darren Triganopolis.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Good morning. If you could tell us your name one more time so we get it
Sure.
correct.
My name is Darren Triganopolis.
Pleasure to meet you.
Hi, good morning. I want to start by saying that I'm from Russia originally, and I live here, and I'm against the war that is happening right now in Ukraine. Many Russians were not given a chance to choose their president, and many that did choose their president did so because of the highly censored media. For example, right now, Russians are not allowed to call what is happening in Ukraine a war. I want to speak about the sanctions against Russia. Some sanctions go after Putin and his associates, while others harm Russians, ordinary people. As you may know, according to Reuters graphics, there are many corporations like McDonald's, Starbucks, General Motors that stopped doing businesses in Russia, and their decision to leave the Russian market affects their Russian employees. Russian currency is now worth less than 1 US cent, and additionally, Russians cannot use their credit cards abroad and complete any international transactions online. Unfortunately, these consequences are not just short-term, they're long-term, which means future isolation for Russian civilians. Ordinary Russians will continue to suffer because of the sanctions and will continue to have no chance to speak up. There are police officers outside on the streets in many Russian cities, and waiting for the protesters to come out and protest against the war. Russians get beaten and thrown into jail, killed, or all of the above. And they're not the same freedom and rights that we have here. They don't have anyone to protect them. I want to make sure that we as a community support Ukraine, and I want to make sure that also Arlington County residents are more aware of the issue with Russia and with sanctions against Russia. And when we talk about Russia and what's happening in Ukraine, we separate Russian government from Russian civilians, because those are not the same things. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Jerome Kilmer.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Dr. Clement. Good morning.
Okay. I'm Audrey Clement, candidate for county board. Welcome members of the board and the county manager. At a recent Maryland Sierra Club meeting, Ken Bauer gave a presentation called The Greenwashing of Stream Restorations. Bauer summarized the reasons he opposes this destructive practice as follows. Stream restorations don't restore streams either physically or biologically. They import foreign material and destroy riparian ecosystems that can't be recreated by replanting trees. Stream restorations don't address the root cause of stream bank erosion, namely fire hosing stormwater into streams from impervious surfaces such as roofs and roads. Clear-cutting even impaired forests as collateral damage to do a so-called stream restoration won't work. In fact, there is ample evidence from around the region that these so-called stream restorations get destroyed by future storms. The way to fix streams is to control stormwater by using out-of-stream practices such as rain gardens, bioswales, permeable pavement, and tree planting. As for the notion that stream bed restoration is needed to get federal MS4 permits, Bauer says there are dozens of other ways to meet MS4 permit requirements using non-destructive out-of-stream practices like those described above. Alexandria is no longer pursuing stream restorations for Taylor Run and Strawberry Run. Not so Arlington County, which recently doubled down on the practice by clear-cutting more than 80 trees from the site of Donaldson Run Tributary B off Military Road in North Arlington. So why should you care? So-called stream restorations are a complete waste of taxpayer dollars. They destroy tree canopy in your neighborhood and increase the heat island effect, degrade your quality of life, and erode the value of your property. Stand with the other residents in the county who reject this destructive practice. Say no to the board's misguided policy.
Thank you, Dr. Clement.
Our next speaker is Jerome Kilmer, followed by Marie Schumbrady.
I'll try to keep this under 2 minutes, but I'm going to go a little bit more. On November 24th, my daughter had 4 wisdom teeth pulled, and a friend came over that night and gave her a painkiller that was laced with fentanyl. The next morning, my ex-wife found Lizzie deceased on the bathroom floor with a significant amount of blood because of her mouth and the wisdom teeth being pulled. Police, paramedics, they were on the scene for over 2 hours. I was there, but I took my younger son away from the scene. And when they left, basically my ex-wife was told that, there are companies that do cleanup. So the message was pretty much, when we leave, you're on your own to clean up the scene or to go on the internet and start doing research. So what I propose is that the county prepare a resource sheet that has numbers for after trauma cleanup, also maybe numbers for suicide, unintended death victims to call, and a couple things to remember. Families might not be in the house. They might be outside the house or not want to come in the house. So, getting on the internet is really not ideal. And also, for lower income families, they might not even have Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi might not be available or might be down. So last thing, this will happen. Again, it already has since November, several times, I'm sure, something similar. So you have the power to please make this a high priority because you have the power to lessen and not increase the trauma for families on their worst day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kilmer.
Our next speaker is Marie Schumbrady, followed by Michael Heminger.
Hello, Madam Chairman, County Board members. My name's Marie Schumbrady. I've been an Arlington resident since 1973, and I've had a number of dogs in Arlington County, and I come to you about a mundane but important issue, not nearly as important as Ukraine or suicide by the pill from friends, but we have dogs in Arlington, and I have a lovely dog. It's my 5th since I've lived in Arlington, and she's a wonderful friend, and she likes to run, and she runs as beautifully as a racehorse. I've never seen a dog run so beautifully, and she likes to run in the park. And we've been having standoffs the last few months with the Arlington Animal Control and neighborhoods. And I take my dog to Hayes Park across from Science Focus School. And I know that there are leash laws, but what I come to you about is to ask you as a county board to run an experiment, maybe a 6-month experiment that allows dogs to run free under the owner's control from like 6 o'clock in the morning to 7:30 in the morning when there are no kids here. And the people always take precedence so that if people come into the park, then the dogs would be leashed and controlled that way. But that would allow my dog to run freely and and the squirrels to get chased. My dog takes her job very seriously about keeping the squirrels under control. And she asks very little, but I'm here on behalf of my dog and on behalf of the community, because during the pandemic, the dogs have been wonderful solace, as we all know, but it's also been a source of community. So we've been able to meet in an outside place. The dogs have been able to socialize. We've become a more cohesive neighborhood because of that. So just a 6-month, give us a 6-month test.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Michael Heminger.
Good morning, Mr. Heminger.
Good morning, my name is Mike Heminger. I'm here in my capacity with the NAACP. A couple questions, couple statements. How can a county with a black population of 9% have a jail population of over 70%? After 7 deaths, a $10 million lawsuit, an impending Department of Justice investigation, and years of outcry from this community, you all have been silent on this issue. The deaths are accelerating, yet we haven't heard a peep from this board on what you're doing to solve this. This is and will become your legacy for communities of color in our community. Inaction from our elected leaders at a time when Black lives are again on the line. Black and brown people are over-policed in this community. The data is devastating, and it simply cannot be refuted. This community has overwhelmingly supported restorative justice initiatives, yet Arlington County Police Department has not signed the MOU on restorative Arlington. Why is that? Why do we think it's okay to arrest and detain people endlessly across this country, but not provide them with the same research-based diversion tactics that residents get? When will Black lives actually matter here? The county manager's initial budget proposal, as well as carryover funds from recent years, has not included comprehensive behavioral health initiatives at the jail. Why is this, and why have we not seen this as a legislative priority in recent years from you? Do Black lives really matter here? All is not well in communities of color in this county. This board is accountable to the people in this community, and today, on behalf of the NAACP, I'm here to tell you that you all are failing people of color in Arlington, Virginia. Sick people need to go to the hospital, not to the jail to die. It's your responsibility to direct the county manager to do just this. Anything else is simply performative. It cannot be accepted in this community. If we can find the money to build a $70 million park, we can find the money to make sure that people in this community stop dying in our jail. Thank you.
Okay, as is I believe that's our last public speaker, is that right?
That is correct.
Excellent. As is our usual practice, I'll take the first stab at addressing the comments in total and then present an opportunity for my colleagues to speak as well. Ms. Roper, thank you so much for coming in this morning with some really helpful and I think specific suggestions about both the substance of Plan Langston Boulevard's recommendations on heights in particular, but also some good suggestions about the public engagement. This is incredibly relevant because I know that the staff team and resident leaders working on Plan Langston Boulevard are planning to come forward with some recommendations within the next month or two. And so the opportunity to improve the engagement around those recommendations is really timely. We can also take your comments about height maximum and include those as part of the record as well. And I appreciated your point about burying utility lines. That is often one of the trade-offs of redevelopment. That is a benefit of redevelopment, and that we can often get private developers to do so. Of course, in order to do that, property redevelopment has to be sufficiently marketable, which is, of course, correlated to the heights. But we really appreciate your coming in. Mr. Triganopolis, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for all of your neighbors being in this morning. I'm so sorry to hear about that experiences. Riverwood neighborhood, that sounds like it is well beyond a nuisance. And I'm sorry that we've been unable to deliver any kind of relief through the police or other enforcement to date. I am going to ask our manager, do we have somebody perhaps from your office, one of the constituent ombudspersons, if they're not already, or perhaps you're already aware of this issue?
Caitlin Thomas, who I think is actually online with us, has had conversations with the Commissioner of Revenue, our zoning office, and specific conversation with Deputy Chief Wayne Vincent. And we've received correspondence. I don't have the most recent update on what the update I have is 2 weeks old, so that isn't going to, help the people who are here today. So I'm going to ask Caitlin, who I think is online, if she has any more recent information.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Thomas.
Good morning. Unfortunately, my only updates are the ones that are 2 weeks old, but we are, like the manager said, we are looking into it. The zoning office has an active investigation going, and the Commissioner of Revenue is looking into their business license, if there is one that is in existence. And we have talked to the constituents. We've encouraged them to keep calling police on each occasion. And I will keep, I've reached out to staff, and any updates I have, we are going to continue to pursue this, and I will continue to be in contact with the constituents.
So just to clarify, the conversation with the Commissioner of Revenue, this is a permitted or a non-permitted short-term rental? Oh, I'm sorry, you might still be on mute, Ms. Thomas.
Oops. Apologies. I don't have confirmation yet. They're looking into whether a business license exists for this purpose.
That would certainly be, if there is in fact non-permitted, I think that might be our best bet.
We were already told by one of your offices it's not permitted.
It's not permitted. Okay, so I hope that we can then expedite shutting this down. I mean, we designed the ordinance exactly as Mr. Triganopolis indicated, is such that these could be shut down swiftly if they weren't operating with under the conditions of the ordinance and having a permit.
I hope, if I can, I'll try to have an update, at least publicly, and then directly to the residents by Tuesday, so when we come back.
Okay, that would be terrific. We'll look forward to that conversation then. Thank you. Nadia, forgive my disrespect, and I don't want to bungle your last name and mispronounce it. Thank you so much for coming in and putting a human face on what I know has gripped the attention and worry and concern of so many in this community. And I really appreciate, I think exactly as you said it, wanting to make sure that this community not only supports Ukraine, but is able to separate the actions of the Russian government from Russian civilians and the impacts that this attack on Ukraine has had on civilians as well. We really appreciate you to share that personal voice, and I hope that your family members and friends and connections who may still be in Russia are safe. Thank you. Dr. Clement, thank you for coming in, as you have in the past, objecting to the county's methodology on stream restoration. I am not going to take your points point by point. I know we've done that in the past. I would note for others interested in learning about how the county approaches stream restoration, a visit to arlingtonva.us and a search of stream restoration is a good way to explain or to learn about the methodology, which is now underway in a couple of projects around Arlington, and why we have chosen it. There is also helpfully available, and perhaps we can make this more prominent on the webpage, an excellent presentation about some of the misconceptions about stream restoration, and some more answers and science on that. Mr. Kilmer, thank you so much for coming in. I am so sorry for your loss of Lizzie. I cannot, as a parent, I cannot imagine anything worse. And the fact that you would take the time to think about how your experiences could serve other families in the future just speaks volumes. I think your suggestion about a resource sheet for after trauma resources like cleanup or suicide prevention numbers, et cetera, is an excellent idea. I think that's something I personally will follow up with our Department of Human Services on. Department of Human Services often works closely with our fire department and EMTs, and I think this could be a very actionable cross-departmental step. And I think your experience also really highlights the importance of addressing fentanyl in general. The opioid crisis and the fentanyl sort of sub-crisis in specific have absolutely not spared this community. We'll actually, on our consent agenda, be accepting a grant to...
It was an accidental overdose.
Because of the lacing, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't think the person who gave it to her, you know, she was arrested. I have some empathy for the person because she didn't know either.
Right,
And,
right.
It was just a mess.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing. So, yeah, right. And I think that also underscores the importance of treating this as a behavioral health issue rather than a criminal justice issue. And so we are, I think, very affected by your story, and we will follow up on your specific recommendation and the broader implications of it. Ms. Schumbrady, thank you for coming on behalf of your pup. And that is a really interesting idea about the idea of carving out some early hour time, perhaps, where we could consider the off-leash policy differently. This is one that has been hotly debated within our Department of Parks and Recreation among our stakeholders and as part of our public spaces master plan. So I suspect there's probably been some thinking about this already with DPR, but we could follow up on it and your specific idea of a kind of pilot. Mr. Heminger, thank you for coming in. It's nice to see you. I appreciate the concern that you have expressed about the deaths in jail custody. We share them. We've not been silent. We've spoken about this at great length, including at last month's meeting. I know that we all feel really acutely the responsibility that we have. We certainly, because of our role with the Arlington County Police Department and our role in providing diversion, opportunities for diversion from arrest, feel just as responsible, even though we may not have oversight of what goes on in the jail itself. We, as you well know, I know the Police Practices Group has highlighted a number of reforms that we are working on. You mentioned lack of. There is, in fact, a comprehensive behavioral health response in the county jail right now, and we are also working on one throughout the community to strengthen who responds to issues of crisis. Obviously, we don't know the circumstances of the diagnoses that each individual whose life has been lost in custody might have carried, but given the overall rate of behavioral health needs and diagnoses in the jail, I think it's fair to assume that better points of diversion for those in mental health crises could have helped prevent these circumstances. And so this has been something that we are incredibly focused on, including just this week, receiving a grant to improve our mobile behavioral health services. Most of our officers at this point are crisis intervention trained and I think very good at de-escalating situations, but it is documented and certainly the case that an officer presenting with a weapon, a uniform, and a badge is very triggering for people in mental health crises. And so we would like, wherever possible, our first line of response to be those services. I'm trying to think if there was, and then the final point about the MOU with Restorative Arlington, the police department. We were just talking about this at our work session 2 days ago with the Commonwealth's attorney. We are really fortunate there are now a couple of different nonprofits, maybe a few different community-based nonprofits in Arlington working on restorative justice. So last year, the county board directed the manager and staff to please come up with a notice of funding available so that we weren't just handpicking one organization of the many. It is part of actually some ongoing work we're trying to do to ensure that we're really giving awards of our nonprofit, or of our grant dollars to nonprofits that are best positioned to serve our communities of color in particular. And so that is the reason there hasn't been a signing of one particular organization. It's because we're about to put out a notice of funding available for a number of the organizations doing restorative justice in Arlington to come forward and have a chance to bid for county resources. I am going to stop there. I'm sure colleagues have some comments on some or all of those. Mr. Dorsey and then Mr. Carantonis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple, you really did an excellent response, so I won't be duplicative here. I would like to first address Mr. Triganopolis and the party house. In addition to the updates on where things are, I think your recommendation that there be a single point of entry when there are complaints that reach across departments, including constitutional offices that are governed by a different elected official, is really an excellent one, and one that we really need to think about very well, so that you're not left in the position of needing to figure out lots of different people to call and sharing the same story over and over and over again. It's really excellent, and one, Mr. Manager, that I think we would be well worth thinking about very well how we can implement and share and publicize. Ms. Kittina, as you talk about our unfortunate global reality of a war that threatens Europe most directly, but has geopolitical implications across everywhere. Certainly, we have opinions about foreign policy and the conduct thereof, not much impact, but broadening the conversation and making people aware of how to assess foreign policy decisions and their impacts is a great public service, as our chair said. Mr. Kilmer, absolutely. We are incredibly sad for your loss. It's something that I hadn't really been very well aware of until a recent ride along that I had with the police department, where a similar circumstance actually unfolded. And in this case, that family did not lose their child, but it came very close. And I hope that we can implement in short order exactly what you recommended. In addition to the grief counseling and other supportive human services, I think you make an excellent point during a time of such chaos when you're managing grief, loss, and illness, the logistics that come with needing to handle things is just often too much for people to bear. So at the very least, providing a quicker avenue for people to know exactly who to call, what to do, and considerations that they might have to make is something that I can't imagine we can't do very quickly. And Mr. Heminger, thank you for coming. And I would just like to ask and enlist your partnership in trying to elevate our conversation beyond done nothing, don't care, and been silent, because while I have a different perspective on those, I think you raise the stakes and the alarm quite appropriately, that it's a matter of what we do to back up our values and feelings with concrete things that move the dial. And I'd like to enlist your partnership in moving conversation to that level. So I look forward to connecting with you on that as soon as we can. Thank you.
Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to everybody who came and testified today. Ms. Roper, I hope I get your PowerPoint. I think these are valid arguments. It's as Ms. Crystal has noted, this is now an important moment in the story of Langston Boulevard. So this is the moment where we as a community will have to think hard about these questions. And I think that there is all the goodwill and the open-mindedness to discuss them. I found it very refreshing that you brought up the undergrounding of utilities. Where I live along Columbia Pike, the undergrounding of utilities was actually the first thing that happened along the corridor, along the main street. And this has improved a lot. I mean, it's still ongoing, of course, but where it happened early enough, it improved a lot, the feeling and the civic ownership of the place. Mr. Triganopolis, I have to say, I had the opportunity to converse with you a little bit before the meeting started, and you noted that you already had written to us about a month ago, and I think this is the kind of items that we should see whether we can react more flexibly and more fast. I'm sure that we will find a good solution to that. To Ms. Clement's comments, I have to say I definitely agree with Ms. Crystal that we really have an approach to stream restoration, but at the same time we learn also. So and we do after action evaluation. We have more streams to solve. I mean, it's an expensive thing. It's something that takes a lot of scientific expertise and a lot of experience. So I invite everybody involved to keep their involvement and be open-minded to improve this as we have more work ahead of us. Ms. Kitina, definitely one thing that we always in these situations want to avoid as a community who lives here is the stigmatization of anybody. People are not responsible for rockets and deaths back home, but they are extremely impacted by that. So if you have any suggestions how we could help to foster an environment of understanding, of dialogue, of creating peace while there is war over there, I invite you to let us know and to help us with that. Last but not least, Mr. Kilmer, fentanyl is an incredible killer. Fentanyl is a real problem, and what you suggest is really very important in the aftermath of such tragic events. I'm very, very sorry for your loss. Thank you. That would be. Oh, Mr. Heminger. Mr. Heminger, I take note of one thing that you said. You said comprehensive behavioral health initiatives in the jail. So we are talking a lot about diversion here. We are talking really a lot about doing and putting our money, our public money, where our mouth is when it comes to avoid that people with behavioral health or mental health issues end up in jail. Nobody. We should have zero tolerance for any death or significant health harm in public custody. That aside, I'm interested in seeing how we can work together to improve behavioral attention in the jail. As a matter of fact, in many of these tragic cases, it was our DHS services who performed the best, in my opinion. So we have to do it even better so that they are effective and save lives. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Carantonis. I saw Mr. DeFranti, and then we'll conclude with Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There have been great comments. I will just focus on two of the speakers with that doesn't mean I'm not listening. I just enjoyed and think that the comments that you made with respect to all the speakers were very helpful. Mr. Kilmer, I just want to thank you for even in the mentioning that this was an accident in the last 10 minutes, that shows a grace that is consistent with your mentioning of the list to help people with trauma that I just really appreciate. I can't walk your road, but I can sure try to thank you for being graceful about it. And then Mr. Heminger, I very much, I think the chair and also the vice chair have raised good points about we've spoken on this and some of the things we're doing with respect to the specific points, and then engaging you with the solutions. I take that as a responsibility too. There are two points you made that I think are worth. It's about how we speak, I think, is part of your critique, and the urgency with which we act. And so the 9%, and I had thought it was 64%, that's still intolerable, but 70%, that's a challenge that we all have to be thinking about with urgency. And your last point about funding, share that view. On February 12th, I raised about 7 questions, and I've been working those 7 questions to see what additional resources would be strategic and beneficial and help address with urgency. And so that's what I'll continue to do, and I'll seek to associate myself with Mr. Dorsey and also wanting to follow up with you and take that responsibility. Thanks.
Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank everybody for coming in. This was one of our public comment periods kind of vary. The point is to come and alert us to things that are going on, and that's absolutely what everybody did here today, I think, pretty much. I really appreciate it. It felt like a real partnership. We have a lot of work to do on a number of these issues. Ms. Roper, there will be opportunities for folks to speak, so thank you for coming in. We know there's a lot of concern about Plan Langston Boulevard, and again, looking for partnership as we move forward. The problem house, we are working on it. I made a note, we got to do faster. We have to move faster. I know we are working on it, but we've got to be able to move faster. Ms. Ikitina, thank you for coming in. I grew up at a time when we've vilified a whole country because of their leaders. It's so good that we're not doing that anymore. I think for the most part, the world is kind of moving on, and so totally appreciate your comments. We do have a sister city in Ukraine, and the whole Sister Cities program is actually to try to connect people to people so that we stop vilifying a whole entire people because of a bad government. So, and actually, the United States has had some we've had some experience with bad governments at the top and don't want people to associate us with our leadership sometimes either. So thank you. And I think I'll stop there, except Mr. Heminger, I do want to echo what Mr. Dorsey said. We welcome your partnership. I know you have a lot of influence and a lot of work. There's a lot of information that's been going on, and I hope you will be a partner and help us move forward. And then finally, Mr. Kilmer, thank you so much for coming in. Our society isn't good with handling death, and I know it's sometimes, there's sort of blow after blow, and sort of an offhand remark like that by our police who really do very well. I've dealt with them in some emergency situations. They've been great, but it's... Yep, exactly. Thank you. Yep, thank you. And we do appreciate you really have been acting with grace and really trying to help. It does need to be improved, and I know our police would like to do that. It's a great suggestion. We should have thought about it earlier. And thank you for coming and trying to turn a real tragedy into a way to help other people. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, thank you all for coming in this morning. Really appreciate it. And we have a number of follow-up items for us to our own to-do list here. Thank you. All right. So we will move next to our consent agenda. Madam Clerk, have any items been pulled from our consent agenda this morning?
Yes, we have 3 items pulled. Number 1 is a site plan amendment at the Rixley Building. Item number 9 is a use permit for Roadhouse Grill located at 1836 Wilson Boulevard. And number 19, which are use permits for live entertainment and outdoor cafe at 2854 Wilson Boulevard. Those have been pulled.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move approval of the consent agenda with the exception of items 1, 9, and 19.
Excellent. That has been moved, and I'm going to give the second to Ms. Garvey. I do believe before we call for a vote, I need to turn to Mr. Carantonis for a statement of recusal.
Yeah, I have to recuse myself from item 11, which is under Roman 2 consent items on the Arlington County Board's March 19th, so today's meeting agenda, because it includes a matter that involves the Ethiopian Community Development Council. And I'm advised that under paragraph 2.2-3112.A.1 of the State and Local Government Conflict of Interests Act, I'm prohibited from participating in the board's discussion of this matter because of personal interest in the Ethiopian Community Development Council arising out of my employment with the Enterprise Development Group, which is an affiliate of the Ethiopian Community Development Council located at 901 South Highland Street in Arlington. Accordingly, while I will vote in the affirmative on all other consent items, I will not participate in the vote and or any discussion regarding item number 11. It's always item number 11.
Lucky 11. Thank you so much, Mr. Carantonis. Okay, are there any further comments, questions, or thoughts about the consent agenda? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. So with that, all items with the exception of number 1, 9, and 19 have passed. The items that were removed from the consent agenda will be considered at our recess meeting on Tuesday, March 22nd, no earlier than 6:30. If you'd like to speak on any of those items, we welcome that. You can visit countyboard.arlingtonva.us to sign up in advance, or you may sign up in person with the day of the meeting. So, as is our custom, we like to highlight a couple of the things on the consent agenda just because we approved them together and they were non-controversial. Doesn't mean they weren't important. So a couple of minutes here just to highlight some of the noteworthy items. Okay, so actually apropos of what we were just discussing, we did want to highlight that we accepted and appropriated a grant from the Behavioral Health and Development Services Department from the Commonwealth, an opioid response grant which will service the ongoing efforts, multidisciplinary, multi-sector, to improve the community's response to the opioid epidemic and increasingly our response to the presence of deadly fentanyl in our community. These funds in particular will be used to hire a peer recovery specialist, a best practice in the field of behavioral health and recovery. And we hope that that will be an individual who helps support many in our community who are struggling with opioid addiction. Next, we have a couple of grants from the Virginia Department of Social Services focused on vulnerable families and young people. The first is a small grant, but one that we're glad to accept from VDSS to promote child welfare, to support child welfare involved families, and ultimately prevent out-of-home placement for children, which is our absolute top goal when it comes to families involved in our child welfare services to prevent children from ever entering the foster care system. But when young people do enter our foster care system, we are really interested in supporting their healthy transition to adulthood. And one of those ways is supporting their independent living. This is sort of interesting. I think our board item highlighted how very few foster youth are able to actually participate in any kind of driver's education or behind the wheel training programs in order to get their driver's license. Although we, pride ourselves on many transportation alternatives, we do know that being able to learn how to safely operate a car can be a really important part of maturity to independent adulthood, and we want to make sure that we can support our young people in foster care in doing so. So the grants now will be available up to $4,000 per young person to support driver's ed, vehicle repairs, DMV fees, and others to eliminate their barriers. And then finally, this is an exciting project, nearly $500,000, I believe, from the Virginia Department, considerably more than that, from the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transit will support a number of multimodal improvements at the East Falls Church Metro, specifically bus bays. And that's really important because the East Falls Church Metro is already a regional hub, and more bus bays will allow more regional commuter buses to connect to Metro Rail, which not only improves connectivity throughout our region and lower emissions ways for people to connect to job centers, but it also reduces the number of cars on local streets in our neighborhoods originating from points outside of Arlington. So we are excited about this project and are grateful to DRPT for their support of it. Okay. Again, we look forward to hearing items 1, 9, and 19 on Tuesday. And with that, I believe we are ready to move to our regular agenda. So, Madam Clerk, could you please call our first agenda item?
Yes, item number 44, A and B. It's the Elliott at 2601 Columbia Pike. It's a rezoning from Commercial Community Business District to Columbia Pike Form-Based Code District, as well as a use permit for the redevelopment of residential units and commercial space with modifications under the Commercial Form-Based Code, again for the property located at 2601 Columbia Pike.
All right, thank you so much. I will turn to the manager. We'll begin with a staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ebony Dumas, who was very ready last month and is super ready this month to make this presentation.
Great, thank you. Good morning. And yes, I am super ready. My name is Ebony Dumas, and I'm an associate planner in the county's planning division. This agenda item is a redevelopment of the Fillmore Garden Shopping Center at 2601 Columbia Pike, also known as the Elliott. It is an application for a commercial form-based code special exception use permit. This is a mixed-use building with 247 residential units and approximately 51,000 square feet of non-residential space on the ground story. Prior to turning it over to the applicant team, who is here today, I will provide some context with particular attention to the form-based code requirements and the review process that took place to confirm the application meets and in some cases exceeds the form-based code requirements. The property is on the eastern portion of Columbia Pike, located on the north side of Columbia Pike near the intersection with Walter Reed in the Columbia Pike Commercial Center's Revitalization Overlay District. The property, outlined in purple, encompasses approximately 92,000 square feet of land, and the project site in yellow is approximately 66,000 square feet. The site is currently developed as a one-story commercial shopping center with a variety of small-scale retail, office, and exhibition space totaling 36,000 square feet. There's also a surface parking lot east of the building. West of the building, there's another surface parking lot and a one-story commercial building that is one of the county's historic resources. Of these 6 retail tenants, existing retail tenants, 2 will continue to operate on site in a separate temporary structures that will be in the parking lot. The remaining 4 include 2 tenants who have found new spaces along the Pike and 2 who have not yet responded to Arlington's Economic Development Biz Launch Team's inquiries. When looking at the regulating plan, the subject site is identified by the Main Street frontage. The form-based code prescribes development requirements for each site in the Columbia Pike Revitalization Overlay Districts, and we see the regulating plan calls for the site to deliver a new segment of South Cleveland Street, an alley at the rear of the property, and a new public park, which will be the second phase of the Penrose Square Plaza. Additionally, with the Main Street frontage designation, the building envelope standards generally calls for the items on the right. Along with staff, the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group reviews each development application to ensure it meets the requirements. There are neither LEED nor affordability requirements in the commercial form-based code at this time. However, the applicant is taking the initiative to secure a LEED, at least a LEED Silver certification. Here we can see the proposed program and aerial view. Of note, we can see the required new segment of South Cleveland Street and the rear alley, as we just saw in the regulating plan. East of the property line is the existing Penrose Square Plaza, and this project would dedicate the land necessary to complete the second phase of the park, which will nearly double the size of this public space as the park's master plan also calls for. Prior to the land dedication, the interim park will serve as a staging area during construction and will also house the 2 temporary structures for the existing retail tenants. The 6-story building will have 5 stories of residential, and while it is proposed to be predominantly 1-bedrooms and studios, there are bedroom options included. The building also includes a pedestrian passageway and a public outdoor patio to activate the grocery store entrance and provide a bit of a visual break from the long facade. The determination of 2 different ground stories, that would be Columbia Pike and South Cleveland Street, allows for the building's program to maintain its 6-story intent while being responsive to the significant grade change. We are here today because the project requires a special exception use permit to be approved by the county board. It requires this use permit primarily because the building footprint and site area exceed the form-based code's by right threshold. Additionally, there are 2 modifications being requested for county board approval. A, the finished ground story elevation due to the grade change, and B, the Columbia Pike frontage meets the required building line requirements. However, the Cleveland Street frontage does not due to a utility line that runs along the frontage and which the applicant will discuss in more detail very shortly. Along with the use permit application, the applicant is also requesting a rezoning from C2 to CPFBC. The form-based code does not require this rezoning, and most form-based code applications do not include a rezoning. However, the applicant applied for the rezoning in order to have access to signage above 40 feet, which the existing C2 zoning does not permit. If the rezoning is approved, the applicant will later need to submit a comprehensive sign plan for review for this one proposed sign. The rezoning is not needed for any other signs, and approving the rezoning is not an approval of the rooftop sign. An interdepartmental group of county staff worked with the applicant throughout 2020 and 2021 to provide technical review and guidance that brought the design into compliance with the form-based code. Additionally, the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group reviewed the proposal's ability to meet the code, and the applicant has met with the host and adjacent civic associations and the Columbia Pike partnerships as are required by the form-based code. This application was also heard by the Planning Commission in February and was originally on the County Board's February agenda, but was deferred until this month's meeting. As the application complies with the form-based code and other applicable county regulations, the staff recommendation is to adopt the rezoning request and approve the use permit. And now I would like to turn it over to the applicant team.
Thank you, Ms. Dumas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Sarah Davidson, and I'm a principal at Insight Property Group, an Arlington-based real estate company. Today, our team is pleased to speak to you about our proposed redevelopment plan for the Fillmore Shopping Center on Columbia Pike. After a few years of working with staff and community representatives, we bring forward a project that will facilitate the completion of Penrose Square Plaza while offering uses and an architecture that will strengthen this node as an important community gathering space on Columbia Pike. I will turn it over to Tad Longer, our zoning attorney, to speak about our form-based code rezoning application, and Neville Fernandez, our architect, to walk you through our design. However, I do want to take this opportunity to thank the community representatives and the excellent county staff who have helped shape our application. Tad.
Good morning, Chair Crystal, members of the County Board. For the record, my name is Tad Lunger. I'm the land use attorney for the project. I want to say how excited we are to finally be in front of you this morning. As Takis knows, this project has been a work in progress for several years now. It's a very prominent site in the town center on Columbia Pike, which was envisioned to accomplish a number of planning and community goals. The culmination of these goals has informed every aspect of this proposal. To give you some context before we turn it over to the architects for the details, the project includes 4 outdoor amenity spaces for residents. We're proposing the conveyance and the construction of the land for the planned new segment of South Cleveland Street, the conveyance of the substantial amount of land area needed for the completion of the park for the town center that was begun at Penrose. Our architect was informed and inspired to complement and pay homage to the historic properties to the west of the site. And we're bringing in a new grocer to Columbia Pike. And we were able to retain CVS as a tenant. We've also focused on pedestrian connectivity through the block north and south with Fillmore Gardens, and to the east to what will be the much larger completed park. As Sarah mentioned, we've done quite a bit of community outreach to get here today. We've met with the civic associations, the county on many occasions, the Columbia Pike Partnership, the Planning Commission, the Form-Based Code Working Group, and all of our neighboring property owners individually. So what you see today has been informed by all that input. I don't want to spend too much time talking, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Neville Fernandez, the principal architect for the project, and go for it, Neville.
Thank you, Lon. Thank you, Dave. Good morning, Madam Chair and other members of the board. My name is Neville Fernandez. I am a senior associate with MBNA Architects and one of the architects and planners on the project. And it's my honor today to walk everybody through the project. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. I think we're all very familiar with the existing context, so I won't belabor any points here. The only thing I want to point out here that gets a little lost is the location of Brater Brothers, which is at the bottom right corner of our property line, just adjacent to the existing Penrose Square Plaza. Next slide, please. Thank you. A quick diagram just showing how the form-based code applies to our project, and you can see the proposed Cleveland Street cutting through our project site with the east region of that new proposed street, complementing and finishing the Penrose Square Plaza, while the west side of proposed Cleveland Street becomes the project site that we're going to see in the next slide. Just a few pictures before we go to the plan, just kind of showing everybody what currently exists along Columbia Pike today. You're seeing two pictures here that show the conditions along Columbia Pike. And the picture at the top shows the CVS, the parking lot, and the extreme edge of this photograph, the existing Brater Brothers location. The picture at the bottom just shows a view from our neighboring historic Art Deco building looking down Columbia Pike, and kind of shows the parking lot and the shopping center in the middle. Next slide, please. These two pictures show what's happening along the northern edge of our property. It's mostly just a service access, service alley, but I want to pay a little attention to the picture at the bottom of the page. This shows where proposed Cleveland Street would be located. And you can see beyond the northern edge of our property, you can see the existing Cleveland Street bordered by Fillmore Gardens on the left and Penrose Square apartments on the right. You can see that there's some significant grade and some challenges here at making this connection, but we'll see how this is going to be reinvented shortly. Next slide, please. So here's a proposed site plan, and you can see proposed Cleveland Street cutting through the property with what is proposed to be an interim park to complete Penrose Square Plaza in a temporary manner before the rest of the park comes along. On the left side of proposed Cleveland Street is the mixed-use building. We are right now, the way the residential is configured, we have three courtyards, three of them just above the retail, while a fourth rooftop amenity at the top of the roof alongside Cleveland Street with really good views of the park and the plaza. And that should also help activate that edge along the plaza. Next slide, please. So here we focus on the main grocer level plan. Wanted to point out a couple of the dashed lines that you see on this drawing. The red dashed line that you see along Columbia Pike and Cleveland Street, that's the RBL as given to us by the county. Unfortunately, there are two really large, like 48-inch or 54-inch diameter stormwater pipes that traverse along the northern edge of our property between Fillmore Gardens apartments and our site, as well as along where Cleveland Street is proposed. These pipes are huge, and they also require a really wide, 15-foot wide setback, not from the center of the pipe, but from the edge of the pipe. So that adds up, and that's shown on this drawing as a dashed blue line. And you can see while we don't have any issues along Columbia Pike, along Cleveland Street, that stormwater setback prevents us from building all the way to the RBL along Cleveland Street. But what we've been able to do is to basically repurpose that area there that we cannot build on as kind of public plaza or kind of public space that can help activate the retail that's along and the residential along our building front. So we think that's really great with the plaza on one side of Cleveland Street, and then we have additional public space and, you know, a nice place to just sit down, enjoy a coffee or whatever happens, or retail we get there, enjoy outdoor space out there to activate that retail. What you're also seeing on this plan is a passageway that cuts through our building and connects Columbia Pike with the neighborhood to the north, Fillmore Gardens. What we really like about the passageway and what we've done with it is aligned our grocer entrance, aligned our res lobby entrance, bike rooms along this passageway. The passageway has been kept as flat as possible to allow for some outdoor dining areas for the grocer and other activities here. All of this will help make this passageway meaningful. People will use it. It'll be connected to the rest of the community. It won't just be a cut through to the project. So we're very happy with the way this is going to link and connect Columbia Pike with the rest of the neighborhood north of us, and not have our project be a stumbling block. The other thing you're seeing here is that the drive alley or the drive aisle or alley at the back, at the north end of our project, it provides access for vehicles. There's a ramp at the top left corner of our project that will take you down to the parking levels below. So there are no curb cuts along Columbia Pike. You do this by getting to the intersection at Walter Reed and Columbia Pike, taking a right, and then taking a right again into the alley. So we don't have any vehicular activity that crosses the sidewalk along Columbia Pike. Same thing with loading. No loading activity along Columbia Pike or Cleveland Street. All the loading is accumulated along the drive aisle or the alley. And that really allows Columbia Pike and Cleveland Street to be activated with retail activity or residential activity, pedestrian activity, and not car traffic. So we're very happy with the way this is laying out, with all service access activity at the back of the project, allowing the front to be activated with people. Next slide, please. This is showing the first P1 level below the grosser plan. This is the first level that you get to with parking. There are 2 full block length levels of parking below this, but this plan is also showing where the CVS will be relocated once construction is complete. It's pretty much in almost the same location as it exists today, except of course now it'll be in a mixed-use building, and that's seen at the right of the screen here where it says retail. It will have a corner entrance, so it will activate the corner intersection of Cleveland Street and Columbia Pike. Next, please. Here's a section just showing how this retail programming, residential programming, and parking in a mixed-use building is laying out. You're also seeing the cut-through passageway that cuts through the building and in the section at the top. What's also nice about the passageway cutting there is we've aligned our pool courtyard there, so that kind of really widens the passageway at the upper level and allows light and ventilation into that passageway, makes it feel open to air, and really makes it like a really good quality outdoor space for outdoor seating and pedestrian and bike activity. Next slide, please. Here's a typical roof plan that shows how the residential apartments above the retail snake around, and in case 2 courtyards, 2 passive courtyards that are shown with green, using they include stormwater strategies as part of their design. You also seeing the pool courtyard that's flanking the passageway and is right on top of the entrance to the grocer. Last but not the least, you have the rooftop amenity that's at the top right of the screen that's going to be overlooking Cleveland Street and Penrose Square Plaza. Again, it makes sense to kind of put all that activity not just at the street level, but also above the building and help visually connect people with activity at the street as well as atop the building. Next, please. A quick 3D view that kind of shows what this building looks like. You've seen it in plan, now you're seeing it in 3D. You can see this is the intersection of Cleveland Street and Columbia Pike at the bottom right. You're seeing the interim park just across the street and along Cleveland Street. You're also seeing what happens when the building pushes away from the RBL and how they're utilizing that space to create a public plaza and kind of an outdoor amenity for the retail in the project. You're also seeing the courtyards and the way the residential apartments snake around the building and the rooftop amenity at the top. Next, please. So this is a view that's been taken at the intersection of Columbia Pike and Walter Reed Drive. What it shows is not just our building, but also the very important and adjacent Art Deco historic building that exists today. It's a beautiful building. And I think, we were really taken in with the architectural simplicity of this building. And we wanted to make sure that whatever we do helps add to the built environment here in a positive manner and doesn't stick out as something alien. We really think that built environment is a great background for building community, and we've got to get it right. We've used the same ideas of simplicity in architecture on our side of the project, making it very clear where the retail is, making it very clear where the residential is, and kind of add to something beautiful that exists here in a positive way and not detract from the overall image. And I think the architecture speaks for itself. I think we've done a good job and we're quite happy with that. Next, please. Here's a view at the intersection of Cleveland Street and Columbia Pike, and it shows how the building kind of turns the corner with the CVS at the intersection, and then you can see the building pushing away at the ground level to allow for that extended public plaza space in front of the small retail that's proposed at that corner there. You do see the building kind of cantilevering out, having a little bit of a flourish there with balconies again, kind of overlooking the public plaza that's going to be built on the east side of Cleveland Street. Next, please. Again, and the view of the intersection of Cleveland and the alley. Next slide, please. I think this is our last slide. We're getting the view back to the middle of the project where you have the passageway and the entrance to the grocer and the pool courtyard on top of the entrance to the grocer. You can see the architecture here. It's very simple. You can tell where's residential. You can tell where retail is. We want the architecture to just be evident and kind of betray the programming in the building and make it very easy for everybody to navigate through and be part of that building environment. That was the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fernandez. We appreciate that presentation. I believe we have Elizabeth Giron from the Planning Commission to speak with us today. Is that correct? Ms. Giron, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have a very brief report. At our public hearing, there were no public speakers. We had a brief discussion that was focused on clarifying questions on this item. We confirmed that the community engagement along the Pike was full and broad. We praised the architecture. In fact, our own architect on the Planning Commission praised the architecture. And then we raised a couple of questions about the narrowing of the pedestrian passageway next to the grocery store and an update on the safety study of the alley, given that there's a history of car accidents there. Otherwise, this passed with very little other discussion. We were pleased.
Excellent. Ms. Giron, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do not.
That is unusual indeed. So the conversation is now with the board. I am going to take the somewhat unusual step. I'm just going to propose we begin with a motion, and I'll turn to Mr. Carantonis for it.
I'm happy to do that, Madam Chair.
Much.
An honor to do that, actually. That's a place, this is in my neighborhood, basically, so I'm really honored to do that. So the motion has two parts. Number one is I move to adopt the attached to the board packet of today, the attached ordinance to approve the rezoning request from C2 Service Commercial Community Business District to Columbia Pike Form-Based Code District. The property is located at 2601 Columbia Pike, now will be called the Elliott. The RPC number is 25-016-005, 25-016-004, and 25-016-010. That's the first part. The second part, and I think it's appropriate to do both.
Absolutely.
The motion is to approve the subject use permit in accordance with the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code, Article 11.1 of the Zoning Ordinance, Appendix A, to construct 247 multifamily dwelling units and approximately 51,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space with modifications for finished floor elevation for the ground floor and siding specifications subject to the conditions of the staff report. This is the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, that's been seconded. Mr. Carantonis, would you like to speak to it any further?
Sure. So to the first part of the motion, I mean, the rezoning request from C2 Service Commercial to Columbia Pike Form-Based Code just provides proof that new developments still see significant advantages in building under the form-based code adopted precisely 20 years ago, almost precisely 20 years ago. This is a vindication of the idea of planning Columbia Pike's future around the desired urban form by providing a zoning tool that balances flexibility and predictability both for developers and the community. Elliot Burka, who I had the honor to have met and worked with, and after whom this building is going to be named, was one of the bigger mid-20th century investors on the Pike. who recognized early and supported the Columbia Pike Initiative, which eventually led us to this innovative adoption of the form-based code in 2002 and 2003. So the second part of the motion is that it's only fitting to his legacy, and this building will be delivering so much more, in my opinion, than the 247 residential units and the 50,000 square feet of commercial space. It delivers the second half of the Penrose Plaza, which is arguably, in my opinion at least, one of the most successful and popular multipurpose public plazas in Arlington, a true community gathering place, a public space. This public space will be expanded to I believe, to a total of a little bit more than 30,000 square feet and fulfill the purpose and the vision of the community's plan. For decades, Columbia Pike had the characteristics of a bedroom corridor without a single public space, or only, conventional development in 70 years delivered only one plaza in the late 80s across the entire corridor with 40,000 people living on it. In 20 years of form-based code, we got a pearl string of 3 excellent multipurpose public spaces that are contributing to make Columbia Pike a destination today. This building delivers this second half of the plaza. It also delivers this passageway, which I believe will be a very successful space. And I encourage the architects who already have done a very good job, in my opinion, to even enhance it and make it even more useful. The second thing that this project delivers is this South Cleveland Street. Despite the fact that it doesn't go entirely through and that the completion is left to somewhat less precisely defined future, but this is already a very big improvement that is delivered right now. And I should also add the refreshingly better, way better architecture. I agree with Ms. Giron and with the Planning Commission and the urban form of the building. That's really far better than a lot of buildings that we've seen as of lately. So thank you so much for that. And I approach you to support that.
Yeah, excellent, Mr. Kerntis, and thank you for the précis on that and the value and how it fits into 20 years. It's pretty remarkable of the form-based code. Mr. DeFranti, questions or comments?
Concluding sentence or two, if that's okay?
Of course, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for describing and providing context. It's pretty rare that we get a project with such agreement or reticence to share concerns. I'm thrilled about this. This is going to be market development right along Columbia Pike. We also need, of course, affordability to continue and also be refreshed in some cases. But this is a great project. Happy to support it. Thanks.
Thanks. And Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. 20 years on the form-based code. I didn't quite realize that. I knew it had been a long time. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for all the background. I do note, and I want to thank the developer for doing LEED Silver, because they didn't even have to do that, which is an issue I think we might want to, when we update the form-based code in the future, we can look at that. But I'm really pleased they're doing LEED Silver. All he had to do, Mr. Fernandez, I think the design of the building is beautiful. It really is nice. I have sometimes also complained about some of the other buildings that we've seen that they haven't shown so much imagination. It fits in really well. I'm just delighted with it. And the only way to sell it, is, which you did a really good job, is to show the before situation with the ugly parking lots and the dumpsters and the walls, and then show this, really beautiful building that you're going to be putting there. So I'm very pleased to support this. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I had just a question about the relocation of the small businesses involved on the site, some of which are quite beloved by those of us on the Pike and perhaps beyond. I know that, and actually I think as Ms. Dumas mentioned in her presentation, both the applicant and economic development have been working with a few of them already, so I won't belabor that. We've got other items on our agenda. Really glad to hear that. To be specific, there are a couple, I think, where the plan is for them to stay in some form or fashion during phase 1 of the development. And I wondered if the applicant could speak to, and I know this is a few years off at this point, but any plans after phase 2 for those. I ask in part because we will be, as a community, considering the programming of that plaza. And, actually, Mr. Karantonis was mentioning in a conversation the other day about might this be an opportunity for the county to think about the type of use that is now being piloted privately in the water park, which is a sort of small kiosk stand for commercial uses. I want to make sure, in sum, that we are thinking as a community about any needs that may be coming for those small businesses staying during phase 1, and or that the applicant is thinking about their future as well. So I think that may be a question for Ms. Davidson or Mr. Lunger, and then if there's anything our team, represented by Ms. Dumas, wanted to add to it as well. Again, I'm sorry, that was a very long question. So the nut of it is the future of the couple of uses that will stay during phase 1. Any thought for what happens to them phase 2?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for the question. Certainly the retailers who have been part of the Fillmore Center for many, many years have made its very strong contribution to kind of the fabric and the life of Columbia Pike, and we want to acknowledge that. As for the 2 retailers who will be remaining on site during the course of construction, one is the Burrito Bros and the other is CVS, who will be housed in a temporary trailer. They will come back into the building, the new building that we build. So we are really pleased to have that arrangement with both those tenants. I would also say that the programming of the park is a huge opportunity for all of us. We've had conversations with the grocer, who is also very, very interested in how to partner and bring to life the final phase of Penrose Square, which they also recognize as a critical node on Columbia Pike.
Great. Well, I am delighted to hear that about the 2 tenants having a place in the final phase 2 building. Certainly, I am partial to the Burrito Bros, formerly known as Pedro and Vinny's, as a Pike resident. But I will note, as much as we adore our small businesses, I not too long ago had a conversation with a resident at Open Door Monday who was most concerned about the CVS going away. So small businesses add to the fabric of our community, but those larger chains are also really important to people's quality of life. So I'm delighted to hear that both will have a home in the final version of this beautiful building. All right, unless there are any other concluding comments, I think we are ready for a vote. All those in favor?
Madam Chair, I have only one question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Karantonis, sure.
Small question. So, first of all, it's laudable that the developer here is going to deliver a LEED standard that is not required by the form-based code, so that should be noted. That's number one. Number two, though, to all this, I want to inquire about one thing. So Penrose Square has in terms of accessibility with bicycles, is a little bit complicated because it's not very easy coming from the Penrose neighborhood down. So there will be on Cleveland Street a kind of a ramp that goes into the new Cleveland Street from South Cleveland, a little bit higher along Penrose Square Apartments and Fillmore Gardens down to the plaza. Is there the existing ramp, is that part of the project? Will this be improved somehow so that it is easier for people with strollers, with bikes, etc.? Because otherwise you can't. So there are steps on the Barton Street passage, and Adams Street is not really designed for bikes. So that's what I'm asking.
Good question.
We do contemplate rebuilding a ramp as part of our plan to connect kind of the new South Cleveland with the existing Cleveland Street. So we can certainly look at the width of that ramp to ensure that it facilitates kind of bike traffic as well as pedestrian and strollers through that space.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson.
Excellent. Thank you. Good question. And with that, I think we are ready for a vote. All of those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Congratulations to the applicant. I think the three of us who are Pike residents, and I'm sure the two of us who are Arlingtonians in general, look forward to this project helping continue the evolution of Columbia Pike. So thank you so much. And it should be said, thank you for your patience with the snafu that led to this project being delayed by a month in its entitlement. So look forward to seeing you soon, and thank you again. All right, that brings us to our next item. I'll turn to our clerk to call it, please.
Item number 45 is a request to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board to consider the following elements associated with the Clarendon Sector Plan update planning process. Those items are A, an adoption, excuse me, of the 2022 Clarendon Sector Plan. B is a general land use plan map and booklets amendments. And C is the amendments to the Arlington zoning ordinance to Articles 3, 9, 18, including maps 9.2.5 through 9.2.12.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I will turn to the manager to introduce staff giving a report on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Wallace is the lead on the presentation, and he has a number of staff who he'll call on to assist as needed, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Wallace.
Good morning, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning. Happy to be here this morning. As the manager said, I'm also joined by other staff in Planning Department, Parks and Recreation, and Department of Environmental Services. So let me pull up my screen. Bear with me for a second. Okay. Just want to confirm that everybody can see my screen.
We can.
Before I get started.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, and as the clerk noted, this is a request to advertise public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board in April on the adoption of the Clarendon Sector Plan update, which is an update to the 2006 Sector Plan, the General Land Use Plan, GLUP map and booklet amendments, and the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance amendments to Articles 3, 9, and 18. So just quickly provide a quick presentation overview. I'll start first with a little bit of study and background and context. I'll then provide a quick summary of some of the proposed updates to the sector plan. We'll go over the GLUP map and booklet amendments, and then the zoning ordinance amendments, and then I'll provide a summary of the commission review and conclude with staff recommendations. Also, just want to confirm, are my slides advancing?
Confirmed.
Okay, good, thank you. So just starting with a quick overview of the Clarendon Sector Plan update. The objective was to consider focus updates to detailed policy guidance in the 2006 Sector Plan and zoning ordinance, and this really provided an opportunity to review the planning issues holistically prior to project-specific review processes such as the SPRC or future park master planning processes. The study looked at refinements to detailed recommendations for sites within the study area, which I'll review in a minute. And staff evaluated how conditions and assumptions have evolved since 2006, including public facility and park needs. The study did not revisit the vision statement of the 2006 sector plan or the overarching goals or the framework elements. Some of the plan elements that were evaluated through the study included land uses for private redevelopment, building height and form, transportation, including new street locations and designs, a new fire station to replace Fire Station 4, and guidance for public spaces. And the study was primarily informed by the Long-Range Planning Committee of the Planning Commission, with participation from other commissions, civic associations, and property owners. Looking at the community engagement schedule, the project kicked off back in the fall of 2020, and the LRPC process concluded in December of 21. There were a total of 6 LRPC meetings and 1 zoning committee meeting. And there were multiple opportunities for online engagements and feedback throughout the process. Staff presented to the Planning Commission on March 9th for the request to advertise. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve the RTA with 2 amended motions, which I'll provide a summary on later. Staff also attended the Housing Commission on March the 10th, and the Housing Commission voted 7-1 to support the update. We're here today. Obviously, our next step is going to be on March 28th. We'll be presenting to the Transportation Commission before going to the Planning Commission in April for the adoption of the plan. We'll also meet with the Park and Recreation Commission on April 19th before coming back to the board for final adoption of the plan. So just looking at the study area, the study was really focused on the western end of Clarendon, shown here, which is bounded by Washington Boulevard, North Hudson Street, 10th Street North, and Kirkwood Road. Some of the existing uses within the area include number 1 to the west is the St. Charles Catholic Church. Number 2 is the block on Wilson Boulevard with the Dominion Energy substation, Triangle Park, and DPR maintenance facility. And block number 3, which includes the Silver Diner assemblage, which is now referred to as the Bingham Center site plan. Number 4, which includes the Joyce Motors property. And number 5 includes the Verizon and the Wells Fargo sites. And then finally, site number 6 on the corner of Hudson and 10th is the county site with the Fire Station 4 and the fire prevention offices. And so some of these sites are some of the last sites to redevelop in Clarendon, with the exception of some of the sites on the south side of 10th Street. So this table just provides a quick overview of some of the private development sites within the study area that I just noted, starting with number 1, the St. Charles Catholic Church. Just an overview of the proposal based on some exhibits and applications that have been shared with staff through the process. The proposal would include a new church and a parish center and a residential component. The site plan application for that project is pending. Site number 2, the Bingham Center or the Silver Diner site, is proposing a hotel on the north block where the Silver Diner sits today, and a residential component on the south block on Wilson and 10th Street. That application has been accepted and is on hold pending completion of this study. Site number 3 was the Joyce Motors project. That is proposed as a residential site, and that also has been accepted and is on hold. And then site number 4, the Wells Fargo and Verizon site, would be proposing a replacement bank for the Wells Fargo, commercial office, and residential. And again, that site plan is pending. As currently envisioned, these development proposals include elements that do not meet the detailed policy guidance in the sector plan, and the proposed developments would require amendments to the zoning ordinance to enable approval by the county board. So just before we get into the proposed updates, I wanted to provide an overview of the sector plan guidance for this study area. So in addition to the private redevelopment opportunities that are shown here and noted previously, the sector plan envisioned a large rectilinear park on 10th Street with potential redevelopment and phasing of the Verizon building. The sector plan also envisioned a new 10th road providing east-west connectivity between North Hudson Street and Wilson Boulevard. The plan envisioned the Clarendon Circle improvements, which were completed back in 2018 and 19. The plan also envisions streetscape improvements on Wilson Boulevard, which is not a very hospitable environment today for pedestrians. The sector plan also envisioned multi-purpose space on Fairfax Drive, which is a space that could be occasionally shut down for events, but would largely function as a parking lot like it does today. And then lastly, on Washington Boulevard, the sector plan envisioned intersection improvements there and a new public space on 13th Street, which will be constructed soon with the Clarendon West Red Top Cab project. So I'll now provide a summary of the proposed updates to the sector plan. Staff really sees this as a comprehensive update to the 2006 sector plan. So the update will include updates to the text, narrative, exhibits, maps, and images, which are shown in attachment number 1. To date, with the public, staff has been sharing strike through and underline version of the text for review, which is also in attachment number 1. The final formatting of the sector plan will be done post county board adoption. So some of the updates are really focused on these main areas, including the public realm, public space and fire station number 4, use mix and density, affordable housing, building height and form, and building preservation. So starting first with the public realm and fire station number 4, the plan update includes some minor adjustments to street locations within the plan and the block structure, which includes a slight shift of the new 10th road between North Irving and Wilson Boulevard, which is largely informed by property ownership boundaries. I mentioned a new permanent Fairfax Drive. As you can see on the left, the 2006 plan envisioned a flexible multi-use space that would be mostly hardscape that could occasionally be shut down for markets and events. The new proposed concept that you see on the right is for a permanent linear park with a shared street and an enhanced bicycle facility, and overall just more landscape and biophilic design elements than was envisioned in 2006. Staff also recommends a new mid-block connection through the St. Charles Church site to create a more walkable block scale and to create more pedestrian connections between public spaces, which is a goal of the sector plan and the public spaces master plan. We realize that these concepts for Fairfax Drive are not a substitute for the 10th Street Park, but is part of a larger system of connected public spaces. There are also some sites that will be identified for existing and future open space retention and expansion on the Triangle Park site. Let's see. Alternatives also for the county-owned 10th Street site and public space are also envisioned. So before we talk about the county-owned site and 10th Street and the fire station, just want to cover some important considerations that we included throughout the plan in coordination with the fire department. Staff really feels that the sector plan guidance for the fire station should be flexible to account for both on and off-site options that may arise in the future, and that fire station 4 must remain in Clarendon, must be on an arterial street frontage, and no farther than 4 to 6 blocks from the current location. We understand there are limited choices to site a new station given fire response time and staffing needs. The on-site fire station is the only option within the county's control, and that off-site acquisition options and cost are unpredictable. There may be additional planning recommendations needed for off-site locations such as GLUP and zoning studies, and that a relocation of the fire station would eliminate the need for a temporary fire station, which increases cost and complexity. So to allow the flexibility for the future use of the site, staff is recommending amending the plan to allow for 3 alternative development scenarios shown here. So starting with figure 2.7 on the left, this would be a replacement standalone fire station on the current site with assumed underground parking and approximately 10,000 square foot park and potential for rooftop public space, which is a recommendation of the plan. The other 2 options, 2.18 and 2.19, would assume relocation of the fire station within close proximity of the current site. Figure 2.8 in the middle.
Then turn left onto Main Street.
Figure 2.8 in the middle would include an affordable housing project with approximately 17,000 square foot park. Figure 2.9 on the right, again, would assume relocation of the fire station, and the entire site could be a park of approximately 43,000 square feet. As mentioned before, the 2006 sector plan envisioned an approximately 50,000 square foot rectilinear park that would be achieved in phases with the redevelopment of the Verizon site and the relocation of the public facilities, the fire station. The two county-owned parcels combined total approximately 49,260 square feet, excluding the required streetscape on Irving, Hudson, and 10th Street. A contiguous L-shaped park of approximately 40,000 square feet could be achieved, as shown on the right. So just provide a summary of some of the land use scenarios within the study area, including those three scenarios for the county site. So the table here is providing a comparison between staff's recommendations within the study area compared to the 2006 sector plan, looking at the residential square footage and the planned permanent public space. And so some of the key takeaways here are that an option on the county site with housing would only result in about 3% more housing than was envisioned in 2006. And then the options with housing would be a slight, without housing would be a slight decrease in housing than was envisioned in 2006. And then in terms of the planned permanent public space, there would be an overall net increase in planned permanent public spaces within the study area for each of the three proposed scenarios for the county site. In terms of the use mix, staff is recommending changes in land use to allow hotel use on sites that are designated as prime office. Staff is also recommending that retail frontages be removed from the use mix map, and staff is including a new map in the sector plan with retail frontages and retail equivalents. Some minor adjustments to this new map were made to reflect updated land use policies that we arrived at through the process, in addition to presenting the material in a way that's more consistent with the Arlington County retail plan that was adopted in 2015. I mentioned the multiple land use alternatives for the county-owned site. And as we understand, the Verizon facility and the Dominion Energy substation provide critical infrastructure and are expected to remain in place for the long term. And so staff is recommending identifying those sites as existing utilities in both the sector plan and the zoning ordinance maps. Looking at affordable housing, the 2006 sector plan provides two potential futures for the county's site on 10th Street. The plan sets a clear preference for the vision of relocating the fire station and constructing the 10th Street Park. However, the plan also leaves open the possibility of redeveloping the 10th Street site with public facilities, possibly co-located with affordable housing, which was identified in the plan's Clarendon plan-wide elements for improved housing diversity, as shown in quotations here. The affordable housing, let me back up. The affordable housing master plan also includes a policy that encourages co-location when making major capital investments in community facilities. Some community members and commissioners have expressed opposition to land use scenarios that include residential uses on the county's 10th Street site. As you can see here, currently the Clarendon Metro Station area has the fewest amount of committed affordable CAFs units in Arlington's two metro corridors. As shown in the graph, there are approximately 82 CAFs in Clarendon, which represents just about 3% of the total CAFs in the RB corridor. And there are no additional pipeline or CAFs in the pipeline with development. So achieving a development scenario on the county site with affordable housing could potentially yield approximately 214 CAFs in this part of Clarendon. So I'll touch briefly on staff's recommendations for building height and form. Staff is recommending removal of the 1-to-3 taper requirement on 10th Street and on Washington Boulevard, and instead establishing gradual steps in heights to achieve transition in height from the core of Clarendon to the lower density residential to the south. Staff is also recommending a modest increase in heights from 55 feet to, or I'm sorry, 55 to 75 feet on 10th Street for one block west of the county site where the 2006 plan permits heights up to 75 feet. Staff also considered the existing heights to the east of the study area where heights exist up to 80 feet and 110 feet. And staff is recommending reducing the depth of the step back from 20 feet to 10 feet, which the step backs are currently modifiable by the county board and have been on recent projects approved since 2006. Staff is also including the second floor in the range of floors where step backs can occur to achieve more air and light on the sidewalk. So I mentioned we looked at, as you can see in the cross section here on the top, the existing heights just to the east of the site. So you can see heights exist up to 80 and 110 feet, which are consistent with staff's proposed heights to the west of the county site. As you can see here, achieving that transition in height from the core of Clarendon by the metro to the low-density residential to the south. Some community members have expressed concerns with the proposed increase in building heights on 10th Street from 55 to 75 feet, as shown here. Staff considers the proposed transition in height from the south side, 55 feet to the north side on 75 feet to be appropriate given the proportion and the overall width of 10th Street, which is approximately 104 feet wide. This is just a bird's eye view looking back towards the county site, comparing the 2006 sector plan with the 2022 proposed heights. So I'll now move into historic preservation, mainly for the Joyce Motors building. The HALRB and the Planning Commission have expressed concerns on staff's recommendations to allow the relocation and reconstruction of the facade for the Joyce Motors building, which is on the corner of 10th and Irving. It's also a building that's ranked as essential in the Historic Resources Inventory, or the HRI. The applicant did file a site plan following the 2006 sector plan, which required no preservation. The applicant proposes to preserve the facades on the south and the east sides and reconstruct at the corner of 10th and Irving. So here you can just see a couple of renderings provided by the applicant showing the preserved facade again at the corner of 10th and Irving. Staff's recommendation would be, again, to relocate and preserve the facade and move to the corner of 10th and Irving and require a 10-foot step back, which is consistent with the zoning ordinance recommendations for step backs above historic facades. Staff's also recommending adding a note and a symbol in the legend to note the relocation. And staff really feels that this relocation would establish the build-to line as envisioned in the sector plan, create a better urban form, and framing the future public space on the county site across the street. So I'll move into the general land use plan amendments. Just quickly looking at the existing GLUP. A majority of the sites within the study area are designated as medium density mixed use, with the exception of the area where the Verizon building and the Fire Station 4 are located, which is designated as government.
Oh, he's back. I think he's coming back.
I think I got disconnected.
We lost about 30 seconds, Mr. Wallace. So if you could just.
Okay. Are you still seeing the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Let me back up here. I was going over the GLUP amendments, just looking quickly at the existing GLUP. A lot of the sites within the study area are designated as medium density mixed use, with the exception of the Verizon building and where Fire Station 4 is located. And the areas west of Wilson Boulevard are designated as public or semi-public. To achieve consistency between the GLUP and the 2022 plan, several amendments are proposed, including adjustments to the blocks and the street alignments and locations to correspond to built or planned conditions, adding triangle open space symbols for future public spaces, changing the designation from semi-public to public for areas planned as for the future West End Plaza, which is now county-owned, removing the vehicular connection between Wilson Boulevard and Fairfax Drive, that's between the Northside Social and the T&J Auto Body, and then the narrowing of Fairfax Drive to reflect the proposed conversion and travelway to a linear park. The two GLUP maps that are shown here on this slide are included in the sector plan and are synchronized with the implementation table, which is in Chapter 4. The symbols indicate where areas where future GLUP amendments are proposed and needed when redevelopment occurs. The proposed map on the right is consistent with the proposed updates to the plan as presented today. I'll now look at the proposed zoning ordinance amendments. Staff is recommending amendments to Articles 3, 9, and 18, including the maps to reflect proposed staff recommendations. So starting with Section 9 in the Clarendon Revitalization District, staff is recommending a modification to the use mix regulations to allow for hotel uses on prime office sites. I mentioned reduction of the step back depth from 20 feet to 10 feet. Staff is also recommending to remove content related to street tree species and street tree size, including the removal of a street tree map, which specifies a singular species for each street within Clarendon, which is not consistent with current practices. Staff is also recommending some other technical changes and updates to reflect the recommendations. And looking at Article 3, density and dimensional standards, staff is recommending to create an exception to permit additional height above the maximum height limit for rooftop amenity spaces. And related to that, staff is recommending a new definition in Article 18.2 for rooftop amenity spaces for hotel use to permit occupiable space at the penthouse level above the maximum height limit. And I mentioned staff is also recommending several changes to the maps in the zoning ordinance. I'll now just provide a quick summary of the commission review and conclude with staff's recommendations. I mentioned staff attended the Planning Commission earlier this month, and that the commission voted unanimously in support of authorizing advertisement of the 2022 plan update and the GLUP and zoning amendments with the following amendments. The first was the Plan Commission recommended that staff incorporate a recommendation in the 2022 plan for full frontage preservation in situ for the Joyce Motors building, a building that's ranked as essential in the HRI. That motion passed 7-4. The Planning Commission also recommended that the plan indicate a clear preference for use of the public land on the county site as government facilities, community facilities, or other services provided by the county, including rooftop and co-located amenities such as parks, fire stations, community gardens, tennis, or basketball courts. And preference for other scenarios on the county site with public space were favored over the housing scenario, which was 2.18. That motion passed unanimously 11-0. And staff also attended the Housing Commission the night following. Planning Commission, the Housing Commission voted 7-1 in support of the plan update, contingent upon the plan supporting affordable housing at the county-owned site. So just to conclude, staff is recommending request to authorize advertisement of public hearings in April to consider the following elements associated with the sector plan and update planning process. A, adoption of the 2022 Clarendon sector plan and update to the 2006 sector plan. B, the general land use plan, map and booklet amendments. And C, the Arlington County zoning ordinance amendments to Articles 3, 9, and 18, including the maps. So that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wallace. Please stand by for any questions. We have a couple of our commissions, I believe, who have similarly discussed these proposals at length. So we'll hear from Ms. Giron of the Planning Commission and then Mr. Arthur from Housing, whom I believe is also with us. So Commissioner Giron, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Wallace. I want to just commend the excellent work that he did evaluating the many, many factors throughout this long process and coordinating the many perspectives. And he did this all very professionally and collegially. These longer processes are complicated, and we get a lot of folks who are very familiar with our process and a lot of whom are new. And Mr. Wallace just did a super job. So I wanted to start with that. We had a couple of speakers at our public hearing, and they represented the neighborhood, and they focused on, while they support affordable housing in the neighborhood, they really want to make clear that there is not enough publicly accessible open space for them. So the PC discussion similarly focused on those issues, underscoring the neighborhood desire for more green space, recreation space that's publicly accessible. And as was noted by Mr. Wallace and in our letter, that there's a sense that public land, affordable housing maybe shouldn't be one of the top priorities for it, given the demand that we have in so many of our neighborhoods for more open space and our active work to bring more people to these transportation corridors. So we know we're adding folks and not providing the open space. The second major issue that we discussed, and we were split on this, but the big focus was on the historic preservation of Joyce Motors facade in situ. It was noted several times by several of our commissioners that this is on the essential list, and if we go to the trouble of putting these properties on the list, what does it mean if we don't adhere to our own recommendations? So to that, we have the two additional motions that you saw. That's all I have to add.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Giron. And Mr. Arthur, you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Ms. Jacobs, could you please put the slide I brought up? You just flashed it on the screen a minute ago, and it'd be great to show this graph to the county. So the Housing Commission was very disappointed to hear that the Planning Commission voted unanimously against supporting affordable housing, given these trends that you can see in the graphic here. We've had a precipitous loss of affordable housing in the county over the last several decades. That's the dark blue line that goes from the upper left to the lower right, which indicates how many apartments are affordable to people making 60% or less of the area median income over time. You can see how precipitously that's declined. Of course, the Housing Commission and the county are both laboriously working to try to address this issue, and that's the dashed light blue line on the bottom. You can see that we're trying to build subsidized affordable units and simply just not catching up. That slope of the dashed light blue line is not going up as fast as the dark blue line is coming down. And so with this in mind, we were very disappointed to hear that the Planning Commission is so disparaging against housing at the county-owned site on this spot. To me, it's really a question of need versus want. The residents living in this neighborhood who are flush with cash want a park, right? But the potential residents that could live here, should we build affordable housing, need that housing. There is very much a difference between need and want. And to me, the county needs to focus on needs and not wants, because the latter are a luxury and the former are a necessity. And that's very clear to me, and I think, and the rest of the Housing Commission. So just to kind of be a little more specific here, as Mr. Wallace pointed out, the 2006 Clarendon plan, as well as the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan, have called for co-location of CAFs on county facilities since those times, since 2006 and 2015, and we've gotten none so far, none. There's been two specific instances where we have missed out. One was Fire Station number 8 on what is now called Langston Boulevard, and the other was on Lever Run Community Center on I believe it's George Mason, right? So here we are presented with a third now opportunity to co-locate housing on county-owned land And we have a momentous decision to make, whether we're going to completely exclude that possibility at the plan level, right? Or include it as a possibility going forward. Mr. Wallace is also very good to point out that Clarendon only has 80 committed affordable units currently, and that housing on this land would triple that by adding 200 more, right? I'd also like to point out that there are plenty, in my mind, of parks in the area in the new plan. Maybe Mr. Wallace, if we could kind of go back and show his page 14. I'm not sure if that's possible to go back to his.
Mr. Arthur, we will make a note of that and possibly take that up in the board discussion.
Okay, great. So, I mean, just to kind of then to enumerate those parks, I mean, all of Fairfax Drive is now an open space. The Triangle Park at the southwest corner of the sector plan is now being greatly expanded, as is the northeast corner of Fairfax Drive. The Zitkala Saw Park, only 4 blocks away on the corner of 7th and Highland, I understand is going to have some active park space that can provide this facility. So there's ample green space here, and not even close to enough affordable housing. That's the kind of the thinking of the Housing Commission. The other thing that I would like to bring up is that the current plans of the 3 options. So there was a plan with just a fire station, there was a plan with just affordable housing, and then there was a plan where everything was a park space. I feel it would be a tragic waste of county land to not build a structure that was the full height that land was zoned to. And so in other words, a 3-story fire station all by itself does not utilize the full vertical height, which is 90 feet, I think, or 75 feet on that north side of is it Washington Street, Washington Boulevard. And that seems to me like a tremendous amount of space. I can't imagine that any for-profit or non-profit developer would consider that a reasonable thing to do, not to utilize that full vertical space. And so my personal view is I was very disappointed that the option was crossed out. So Mr. Wallace presented in our Housing Commission meeting last week an option that's no longer on the table to put affordable housing above the fire station, because that would then not require a purchasing of more land by the county to relocate the fire station, but it would also then utilize the full vertical space. So that's kind of my personal preference. We didn't really discuss that much as a commission, but it seems to me that's the most efficient use of a very scarce resource in the county of land.
Thanks, Mr. Arthur. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you representing the Housing Commission's dialogue, which I know really took up this particular issue, which I think is emerging as really the chief one at the time of plan's adoption, if not the RTA. I will just respectfully note, I think all of our commissions are engaged in the difficult work of trying to evaluate trade-offs and make their best recommendations. I don't think it's quite fair to characterize the Planning Commission's recommendation as disparaging housing. I know they share that value is very close to their own hearts in terms of affordability, as do members of the Housing Commission. But if you and Commissioner Giron could both stay close, it is possible we may have further questions for you about the dialogue at your 2 commissions, and we really do appreciate your work. Madam Clerk, I believe we have some public speakers on this item. Is that correct?
We do. Our first speaker is Jane Green, followed by William Gearhart.
Good morning, Ms. Green. Are you with us virtually?
Let's see.
Okay.
We will move on to William Gearhart.
Bill Gearhart, representing Lyon Village. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Mr. Gearhart.
I was trying to click on the camera, but that doesn't seem to be clicking on. But the 5 civic associations in the area put together a letter, which I believe is before you.
Indeed.
And Jack Spilsbury of Mashton Heights will speak at greater length, so I'll be very brief. But we support the idea of the retaining open space and active space on the fire station site and the adjacent area. And I think that's very important to Clarendon because is really no opportunity for active space like a basketball court and things of that sort. I would also note on the affordable housing that there is a new affordable housing building that is nearing completion on Washington Boulevard, only a block off the Clarendon sector plan area. And it's my understanding that St. Charles is planning an affordable housing building on its site. I don't know what the most recent plans are on that, but it is my understanding that is in the works. And there are a number of other residential buildings that are planned in Clarendon that could include affordable housing. And but thank you for your time, and I'll be very short. So
thank you so much, Mr. Gearhart. We always appreciate brevity. Appreciate your comments.
Our next speaker is David Orr, followed by Brooke Alexander.
Good morning, Mr. Orr.
Good morning, everybody. How nice to see everybody in person again. It's been a long time. You haven't changed at all. You look great. It's nice to see everybody. I'm really not going to speak. I have copies of what I submitted, if anybody would like an additional copy of it, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about the Joyce Motors development.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Appreciate that.
Our next speaker is Brooke Alexander, followed by Jack Spilsbury. Brooke Alexander.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning, Ms. Alexander.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for hearing me today. Sorry I can't be there in person with you. I'm on my way to meet my new granddaughter.
Mazel tov.
I was involved in the 1984 original Clarendon sector plan. I'm here today to support the letter that Jack Spilsbury will be presenting, which I guess you've already gotten. It was precedent-setting in 1984 that 5 civic associations worked together. We called ourselves the Coalition. We were 10 people, 2 representing each civic association. We met twice weekly for more than a year, once a week with staff and once a week by ourselves. Today's letter, although it does not reflect the same level of neighborhood involvement as 1984, the letter again reflects the interest from the 5 civic associations around Clarendon. To me, it is stunning that 4 of us, 40 years later, still live in Clarendon. And one of us, who you heard from today, has stayed engaged in the development process over the years. I'm here today to invoke Carrie Johnson, a friend of mine and many of you. She was a champion of affordable housing. She was also a great listener and collaborator. She inspired innovation. She brought people together. She researched. When you went to Carrie's house, you were always invited to coffee or tea and to pick a mug from her vast collection. Carrie's family honored her spirit by bringing her collection of mugs to her memorial service and offering them to attendees. I have one in my home. Carrie would help us find the balance in Clarendon. She would help us have both parks and affordable housing. To that end, I urge you to increase affordable housing by finding a way to put affordable housing in the residential buildings that are being planned in West Clarendon as we speak. I would hope that the Housing Commission and the staff would look at this. I also have a clarifying question. On page 8 of the draft 2022 sector plan, it talks about 500 below market rate rental units around Clarendon. The 2006 sector plan urges keeping these. 2022 sector plan eliminates reference to them, and I wonder why. Have we already eliminated them, or are they not counted for some reason? In my recent observations, it seems that the process has changed since 1984.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Your time is
Thing I would urge you to channel Carrie Johnson and
Thank you, Ms.
listen,
Alexander.
collaborate, and innovate in this effort. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
Our final speaker is Jack Spilsbury.
Good morning, Mr. Spilsbury.
Okay.
Good morning. What do we push the button here? You're good. I'm already
You're
good.
good.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Yes, I'm Jack Spilsbury. I'm representing the Ashton Heights Civic Association as the chair of its development committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, we'd like to commend the Planning Commission and the county staff for skillfully and energetically leading this review. We have actively participated along with 4 other civic associations that were invited to the table. Together, our 5 associations represent the citizens both living within Clarendon and all of the adjoining neighborhoods. In the course of meetings and in letters to the commission and the board, our 5 associations all have asked that the county prioritize realizing a significant contiguous public park space on the county-owned site on North 10th Street. Currently, Clarendon is underserved with no active recreational space within a half mile of the metro. Yesterday, in a joint letter to the board, our 5 associations reiterated our top priority is to secure a commitment to achieve as much as possible of the 50,000 square feet of active park space envisaged in the 2006 sector plan and reaffirmed in the 2019 Public Spaces Master Plan. We realize many things have changed since 2006, including plans for the Verizon building and the future of Firehouse Number 4. And Clarendon is continuing to grow. The updated plan is now projecting a total build-out in Clarendon of 10 million gross square feet of residential office and retail density. Still, this modest 10th Street County property is the one place in Clarendon envisaged for active recreation use, like a basketball court, a children's play area, or a larger grass area with trees. Should the firehouse be rebuilt on site, we have put forward ideas for integrating a smaller park space there on 10th Street with co-located rooftop facilities on the firehouse incorporating recreational space. Should the firehouse move, however, we are very disappointed that the option for a 43,000 square foot park is presented is not prioritized, is not supported by the plan, the text of the plan, and is now considered merely as a potential interim use. Instead, the updated plan now calls for redeveloping the site for housing development with committed affordable housing units. At best, this would leave only a very small park, 10,000 to possibly 17,000 square feet maximum, that would fall far short of needs for active recreational space. We also would like to see more affordable housing in the Clarendon metro area, as my colleagues have said. In fact, we see substantial affordable unit opportunities close to the metro and blocks still to be redeveloped near the county site on 10th Street, along Kirkwood Road and along Washington Boulevard. We are very sorry, however, to see active public space at the county site pitted against options for public housing. The community really needs both. And this, putting it otherwise, I think may just create a further constituency that is likely to be disappointed in the end when both of these goals are not possible on that one space, which is what the staff has affirmed, that both a real park and the affordable housing are not possible on that space. Replacing the sole space in Clarendon planned for an active park facility will create a double whammy in terms of loss of the open space and limiting the access of everyone in the community, including those in affordable units, to recreational amenities in this densely packed area. It's worth noting, I appreciate the Planning Commission's careful attention. We've been at this for over a year and a half. I think if they voted 11-0, it probably means something in terms of their understanding of the technical details. It's worth noting that the Housing Committee motion for affordable housing on the site was not unanimous. That raises questions also why that would be. In sum, we believe that realizing a meaningful active park space on the site is essential to Clarendon's success as an urban village, and even more so as Clarendon adds the additional 1 million square feet of density projected in the updated plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spilsbury. I believe we're looping back to our public comment, right? Or other comment?
Yes, we have one more, Ms. Green.
Thanks.
All right, much faster than last time, guys.
It's a low bar.
Well, thank you so much for squeezing me in. My name is Jane Green. I am here representing the Alliance for Housing Solutions. AHS concurs with the recommendation of the Citizens Advisory Commission on Housing that the Clarendon Sector Plan guidance include committed affordable housing on the 10th Street site. We request that the board include this as part of the request to advertise and give it the highest priority of the three options. The Affordable Housing Master Plan Implementation Framework indicates that the county will need to finance around 450 new committed affordable housing units each year for the next 19 years in order to meet our production and reservation goals. The report further emphasizes the value of co-locating affordable housing with other county facilities. Opportunities for land to support affordable housing are increasingly rare. Developing affordable housing on county-owned property will have lower development costs per unit. Affordable housing is sorely lacking in the Clarendon Sector Plan area. Currently, this area only has 3% of the committed affordable housing units that exist in the entire Roslyn-Ballston corridor. Including affordable housing at the 10th Street site will help address Arlington's goal to distribute affordable housing more equitably throughout the county. If affordable housing cannot be built at this location, the county should proactively engage with the community to identify alternative locations. The Clarendon Sector Plan can advance multiple goals in the Affordable Housing Master Plan, including affordable housing at the 10th Street site, and to help continue the economic and ethnic diversity that was the character of the Clarendon area. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Green. Madam Clerk, is that our final speaker?
Yes, that is our final speaker.
Terrific. Thank you so much. The conversation's now with the board. I'm going to both thank everyone who commented so compellingly on what I think is emerging as the key decision point or discussion point of this plan, which is the use of public land at the current fire station site. I'm also going to make a comment that is probably not welcome to any of them, and just note that this is a request to advertise. And so I really think I would urge my colleagues anyway, and I suspect you all agree, that we are best served by having that conversation within the context of an actual hearing about the plan itself next month. I have just confirmed with our staff, and it is absolutely the case that all three scenarios are within the RTA. So we are taking no action today that would preclude a deeper debate and dialogue about those three sets of trade-offs at our April meeting during a full public hearing of the plan and its implications for the zoning ordinance, as well as general land use plan. So with that said, let me go to Mr. DeFerranti first with any questions, and then I'm going to look for perhaps a motion on the table from Mr. Dorsey.
You took care of my first question. My only other question is the Planning Commission's letter. I want to just understand, as we consider this housing question and the public space question, I wonder if we do have the Affordable Housing Master Plan. I wonder if maybe we would start with staff just to understand the planning, because I agree with your conclusion that the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission, Planning Commission may have been following certain precepts, but perhaps not the Affordable Housing Master Plan as closely with respect to public land. And I wondered, I may have missed it, maybe it's for Mr. Wallace or Ms. Giron, if you could, probably for Ms. Giron, if you might be able to share a little bit of the context related to the Planning Commission's letter about why the conclusion sort of focused on, because of the plans that are relevant, the conclusion that housing would not be appropriate in this case.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. The Planning Commission has a responsibility to balance a lot of competing interests. Mm-hmm. And you'll be hearing next on your agenda today about a proposal that will, in fact, provide affordable housing in a neighborhood not far from this one. So we're privy to the broader projects that are being brought forward, not just individual ones. We're also very sensitive to working with the community. And as you've heard from the residents, and gosh, I really have to thank Ms. Alexander for that nice background on the issue. But as you've heard from them, this has been something that they've been arguing for a long time. Ideally, we would see everything on this site, and maybe there's a way to do that. Some of you might remember we faced this with the TJ School edition a few years ago. We used parkland to build a new school. Granted, it was the parking lot for the park, but it was classified as public land, parkland, and with some patient work with our very dedicated staff and the developers, they ended up creating a park and a school and parking lot underneath it. So there's definitely a way to do everything on this site, but we just want to make sure that we're not pitting affordable housing against open space in our public dialogues and with regard to using public space. We will never get that public space back. Is that helpful?
It is helpful. Thank you very much, Ms. Giron. I hope you don't mind that one question because you teed up the big issue, and I felt like a little bit of explanation in addition to the reality. And I would just conclude by saying the letter that we received from the 5 civic associations, I fully believe, as you said, that we can take all of that up next month. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Dorsey with a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move that the county board authorize the request to advertise public hearings by the Planning Commission on April 4th and the County Board on April 23rd to consider elements associated with the Clarendon Sector Plan Update planning process, including adoption of the 2022 Sector Plan, which is an update to the 2006 plan of the same name, General Land Use Plan illustrative and text amendments, as well as Arlington County Zoning Ordinance text amendments to Articles 3, 9, and 18, and illustrative amendments to maps 9.25 through 9.212.
Second.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey, I saw you light on with a question.
Yeah, I did have a question, I think for Mr. Wallace. One, it's kind of folded in together. Probably a reminder of how the sector plan will be used once it's adopted is useful. I mean, is it absolute? Is it a guidance? How is it actually used? And along those lines, could you remind me, Mr. Wallace, I think I asked in my briefing, and now I'm forgetting the answer, sorry. Why did you decide not to build on top of the fire station, as was suggested by, I think, Mr. Arthur, and I think I'd asked about it, and now I can't remember what you said.
Yeah, so I'll address the first question. So the sector plan will be used as a guiding document for future redevelopment in Clarendon. And the zoning ordinance is really the regulating document. Your other question about, was it a co-location above a fire station?
Yes, it was.
Sure. We did consider that early on in the process, and working with the fire department and understanding their needs and requirements on the ground floor, it proved to be very difficult to have a residential project above. I can share illustrations if needed, but we did explore that in the process, so we did not rule it out in the beginning. It was in December when we met with the LRPC that scenario was dismissed, and we moved on to focus more on the 3 scenarios that you saw today.
Okay, thank you. I don't need the more detail now, and this is, again, a guiding document. I think depending on how things go, it could be in a number of years, building on top of a fire station might make sense, but I don't need to pursue it now. And then I'm prepared to approve the motion, I think, because we're going to have more discussion later. I will say for those listening, I did spend some time with Google Maps going out a little bit beyond this area, just to refresh myself that it really wasn't so far to Quincy Park, Washington Lee High School, the Y, a lot of areas with a lot of green space and recreational facilities. And I'll probably look at that a little more closely and check the walking distance. But I think if you go out just a little bit farther, there's actually quite a bit in the general area. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Garvey.
Okay, if I could pick up.
I didn't even let you speak to your own motion.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just ready for some questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to pick up where Ms. Garvey left off, Mr. Wallace, I actually would like to hear a little bit more of the detail on why the option to co-locate housing with a fire station was discarded. Just background for that, we've got successful projects in the District of Columbia which have done so, and I think we need a little bit more than it was considered and then discarded before we are convinced, or at least me, am convinced that this site would not work for those. So that's a little bit of a marker for a level of conversation that I would like to have next month as we consider this item. And Ms. Garvey, to your point, 0.7 of a mile to Quincy Park, 0.4 of a mile to the Y, 0.7 to Rocky Run Park. Are there any metrics that were discussed or standards used for some of the concerns that have been expressed from the community that this area is suffering from a deficit of recreational space for residents? Do we have any metrics or guidelines that maybe we developed with the PSMP, which could inform a more analytical look at the resources that are available in this area?
He's still with us, Mr. Wallace.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So in order to have the conversation about whether or not this is an area that is suffering from a deficit of recreational and open space facilities, do we have any metrics that maybe we developed when we did the PSMP update that can inform an analysis of what we have here in Clarendon and what might be needed?
Yeah, we did look at the level of service in the public spaces master plan and early on in this process to see what amenities and resources were located within the area. We can certainly come back with some more detail next month in terms of the walking distance and from the study area.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis.
I actually wanted to ask the same. Walk sheds are very important. And I also align with Mr. Dorsey in one thing. The co-location over a fire station, I understand that there are many technical impediments, but there are also places where we have seen solutions for these same technical impediments. In the district, we have seen that here too, with significant, in Russ. So I want to make sure that this doesn't completely disappear from our options, because 2.18 says affordable housing, fire station relocated. So the question is, can we still be discussing an option where a fire station is not relocated yet there is a co-location of housing above it? Or is it completely out of the scope of discussion?
Mr. Wallace, do you have a response to that now?
Yeah, sure. And maybe it's better if I share my screen again just to show a little bit more detail. So hopefully you see the 5 scenarios on your screen now. Mm-hmm. Yes, as I mentioned, we studied co-location that's shown in scenario 1 with a fire station that would be co-located with housing above. And as you can see, that would maximize the county parcel, the L-shaped parcel, with housing. So that would result in no open space. The other option that we considered was a standalone station with a surface parking lot. Those two options were also ruled out. And just to kind of illustrate that a little bit further, I mentioned, coordination with the fire department, understanding their ground floor needs, which requires approximately 18,000 square foot of ground floor space. And as you can see in the plan view here, a rear apron to access off of North Hudson Street to pull through the apparatus bays, and a front apron that's approximately 50 foot in depth that would need to be open to the sky for daily ladder checks. And so to get a residential project, it would be very challenging here to locate residential parking and loading off of North Irving Street, because as you can see in the footprint of the fire station, there's a lot of ground floor space that's being used on North Hudson Street. So it did prove to be very challenging, as you can see in the 3D model, kind of results in a somewhat of an awkward building. It would be very challenging and difficult to have residential above the fire station on North Hudson Street without having some type of elevator or lobby entrance there. So we did consider it, but it did prove to be very challenging.
Is checking the ladders the only reason why these relatively big front and rear apron areas are needed?
I believe Fire Chief Poplitz may be on the line. If so, I would welcome him to address that question. If not, I can try.
I also just want, forgive me for interrupting, I want to maybe propose, I think based on questions and body language of board members, some conversation I'm getting from the Planning Commission, I think this is going to be a universal interest, seeing this really explored. I don't think we're quite ready to dismiss this possibility out of hand. We've seen it done in Roslyn, although the heights are greater. We've seen it done in Alexandria. So not to preclude Chief Poplitz from responding now, but perhaps we could set ourselves up for maybe a more fulsome conversation next month with representation from the fire department and some real kind of showing our work about what the obstacles are.
Madam Chair, I just want to have the opportunity to be able to discuss that in length, because this is not only about Clarendon, it's more by places like that.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm so sorry, Chief Poplitz, don't let me cut you off. If you have more to share now, by all means.
Can be ready for next month's discussion and have a lot of our program requirements ready for consideration by the board.
Okay, I think that'd be great.
So then,
And if we could, Madam Chair, if we could also just ask our land use and planning staff to take really a look at projects like the East Bank in the district, which I don't know exact dimensions, but seems to be a parcel that's very analogous to what we're looking at here, in a fairly tight spot. You know, I think, everyone's familiar, or many people are familiar with Alexandria's project, which may not necessarily work on the footprint that we've designated, but may if you consider that from the front of the building. I'm not sure. I just really like to not only look at the requirements, but also use cases in which 4 bay fire stations have been created in similar circumstances to make sure we're truly exploring this issue.
Mm-hmm. Just wanted to, nobody's brought it up, so I think we must be fine. Just making sure that if we advertise it the way it is right now, we can have that discussion, just double checking.
Absolutely. We, not only does it not preclude the
fire
co-location,
station,
I mean, we have all 3 options on the table for next.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ms.
make sure.
Smith.
Thank you, Board Chair Crystal. That was the point that I just wanted to make is I think that we may want to send you some language just so for the purposes of advertisement, we're sure that we're bringing in the additional scenario. So I think we certainly understand the intent of the board discussion, and so that we can allow further discussion next month. So we will send some information to the manager's office and through the county attorney so that you have that before you take action this morning.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I am wrong about that, Ms. Garvey. I'm glad you asked. I would have thought for certain that was incorporated. Yeah. And I don't think and it doesn't, please hold. I think we have our attorney looking at this now. Yeah, I'm a little surprised because we're not advertising, the language we're advertising to the zoning ordinance and the GLUP amendments is where we'd really have to be careful about setting our scope. And there's nothing, I don't think, being proposed in terms of zoning ordinance amendments or GLUP amendments about uses of this property, is there?
I don't recall it about uses, no.
Okay.
And while you're waiting to do that, I have another line of questioning, but
Perfect.
I'm with you.
Okay,
Madam
so
Chair.
we're gonna allow that to play out for a minute among our subject matter experts while we give the floor to Mr. Dorsey to ask some queries.
Thank you. So this is more for probably Ms. Giron to start. I'd love to hear a little bit more about the Planning Commission conversation about not only preservation of the Joyce Motors facade, but the recommendation that it be preserved in place, which to me seems taking an additional approach to how to treat essential or any properties on the inventory, where I don't think that level of specificity is envisioned or required. So if I would just benefit from hearing a little bit more about how the PC saw it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. The PC was mixed on this, to be fair. we had a number of folks who felt very strongly that we've already missed opportunities to preserve some of our history, especially in place. And we've had broader discussions, not at this meeting, that to do the placemaking, we do need to be cognizant of that this is actually on the essential list. So if we don't respect this one, then why do we even have the list? It's almost assigned to developers not to pay any attention to it. The in situ was because they feel there's an opportunity to do that here, that it doesn't have to be on the corner. I was not one of the people who supported this, so I'm not speaking as enthusiastically as some, but Commissioner Morton, for example, did, and she does this sort of work professionally, so I respect where she was coming from with it. Yeah, I mean, I could give you a breakdown of the vote, which you wouldn't be surprised by, but you can see that it passed, so we took this very seriously.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Giron. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Has that given our A team enough time to think through whether a further amendment to the motion would be needed in order to set the scope of advertisement sufficiently broad to consider co-location? Let me propose we do the following so that we're not putting anybody under a stressful amount of time pressure and we can keep our agenda going. Why don't we go ahead and take our vote? We will be convened for at least another couple of hours while we take up the rest of our business. And I believe our unofficial parliamentarian can correct me, that would give us the opportunity to bring this back as an item under the board's own motion to make such an amendment if needed, right?
Yeah, well, difficult if we all passed it unanimously. It's tough to reconsider a vote that you've done in the affirmative. And I have another question. If it'll
Look at that. I want to see if we can resolve this because I don't know that we're actually going to get a firm answer even in the amount of time that it takes you to ask more thoughtful questions. Might we hold open the vote? Mr. Dorsey, what do you think?
Hold open? Yeah, I mean, we can. Yeah.
For this
And I'd
conversation,
like to
take up others and
suggest,
return to it?
Madam Chair.
Okay, why don't we do that? But in the meantime, let's go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Wallace, I guess this is just as staff considered conditions that exist. I want to know if there was any analysis or conversation around the surface short-term parking that would be eliminated with what I think is a really cool treatment to Fairfax Drive. I think it's terrific. But it's been my at least visual observation going through the area that there's frequent turnover of those parking spaces there, not only serving the North Side Social that's there, but other uses. And do we have a sense of whether or not the plan will create some undesirable impacts on particularly the availability of short-term parking in Clarendon?
So the plan for Fairfax Drive, as you know, is a conversion from the parking lot to a more permanent linear park. There's a significant amount of right-of-way there. It's a pretty wide street. And through the analysis in the concepts that we presented to the community, we determined there's enough right-of-way there to provide a one-way travel lane, shared street, an enhanced bicycle facility, as well as short-term parking along the curb there adjacent to Northside Social and the other business. And of course, we would want to work with each of the private development sites through the site plan process to potentially negotiate providing public parking on those sites as well. But there is space to provide, some curbside short-term parking along the Fairfax Drive public space.
Great.
Okay.
Excellent. And then let me just double check. Is there any reason to think that we are ready with some language, or do we need a little more time?
I'm sorry, I think we need a bit more time.
Great. Okay, so let's keep moving. Why don't we do this? We are going to table, I don't have my copy of Robert's Rules in front of me, but I think that would be the appropriate way to call it. we'll table this conversation. Thanks to all who've joined us. I think you can hopefully see where we're headed. And if you'd like to stay, you're welcome to, but no obligation. And we are going to go ahead and call our next item and have that dialogue while this is resolved. We'll return to item number 45 for a vote once we have language available. Okay, so Madam Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Sure. Item number 46A through C. Excuse me, 46A is a site plan amendment for residential units and commercial retail with modifications, including ordinances of vacation and encroachments located at 2026 and 2038 Wilson Boulevard, former Wendy's site.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll turn it to the manager for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adam Watson is here to provide details on this project. Mr. Watson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Can you see my screen okay?
We can. Good morning, Mr. Watson.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, so this is the 2025 Clarendon Boulevard Site Plan Amendment Project. As the clerk mentioned, there are 3 items associated with this site plan. The site plan, of course, itself for redevelopment, ordinance of vacation, and an ordinance of encroachment. So this site is located in the Clarendon neighborhood, about 300 feet due east of the Clarendon Metro Station, actually in the Radnor-Fort Myer Heights Civic Association. Also for background, this site has a GLUB designation of medium office apartment hotel and an existing zoning designation of CO 2.5 mixed use district. There is no proposed GLUB designation change or rezoning proposed with this project here today. For a little bit of additional background, I did want to note that the board did approve a 12-story office building with ground floor retail here back in 2015. At that time, there was also approved a rezoning and a change of the GLUB designation. In addition to that, there was a transfer of development rights for preservation of historic preservation of Wakefield Manor. The site plan was never built, as I'm sure you are all aware. The existing Wendy's and Wachovia Bank that were on this site were demolished in 2016. However, importantly for the density coming forth on this site, we did want to note that those transferable development rights are now vested with this site. So just jumping into the overview of the applicant's proposal as they'll go into more detail. This is a 16-story residential building with ground floor retail, 231 residential dwelling units, and about 3,500 square feet of retail on the ground floor. Underground parking is proposed at a 0.32 spaces per dwelling unit ratio for a total of 75 parking spaces. There's no retail parking requested with this application, given that really close proximity to the metro station that I mentioned. This project will also deliver a new public plaza, which I'll go into more detail in a little bit, of approximately 1,400 square feet, along with a permanent public access easement for that space, and a new alley that's going to connect on the east side of the project between Wilson and Clarendon Boulevards. Just to mention those 2 other items that are associated with this is a vacation of easement along North Courthouse Road. That's approximately 390 square feet, and an encroachment into the public alley for a portion of the transformer vault that's going to serve this building. Jumping into a little bit of the staff analysis on this proposal, our key guiding document or planning document for this site is the Roslyn to Courthouse Urban Design Study. It recommended, or I should say, it preferred office use for this site. However, it also did recommend residential use with retail on the ground floor, and I'll talk more about that in a second. Building heights were set as sort of a benchmark of approximately 95 feet. However, this study does explicitly allow additional height or flexibility in height for things such as affordable housing on site and community facilities such as this new public plaza and some other improvements that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. Horizontal treatment along the 3rd floor or above the 2nd floor, which the applicant is providing. Signature gateway architecture, which is the western facade of this building. Also touch on that a little bit. And again, that public alley and the public plaza. So during our public engagement period, staff did apply the administrative guidance for office conversions to this site. Even though residential is still a recommended use here, we still applied those 9 key criteria, and both the LRPC and staff determined that residential use is appropriate for this site. for those 3 bullets that are right there in the middle of the screen. Principally, residential use is consistent with both the GLUP and the zoning. Courthouse already has an established, a well-balanced use mix with civic and government office buildings anchoring the neighborhood. And then in addition to that, just this small, narrow, irregular site before us today, really diminishes the viability of office floor plates. Just a quick note on building height and evaluating that through the process. The proposed height of 16 stories is consistent with the zoning ordinance regulations for CO 2.5, which allows for up to 16 stories for residential buildings. There's no bonus height proposed with this application. In addition to that, the urban design study, while setting that 95-foot benchmark back in 2003, again, does allow flexibility for things that this project will deliver, such as on-site affordable housing, a public plaza, public alleyway, and then some off-site multimodal transportation improvements, which I'll mention in a minute. So going through the public engagement process, there are a number of issues, principally with the architecture and the massing and the plaza that both staff and the SPRC identified. And I'm just going to walk through how the applicant has worked with staff after the conclusion of SPRC to address a number of these issues, which impacted the streetscape, the plaza, and just the amount of light and air getting down into the plaza. So the first major change that we were able to achieve working with the applicant here was the redesign of the signature gateway architecture. You can see that original concept on the left-hand side of the screen. The right-hand side is our new revised chamfer concept. This is improved in a number of ways that are listed here. Less building mass above the plaza, above the sidewalk, allowing for more light and air down there. A more dynamic, visually interesting architectural concept. Integrating residential balconies into the Clarendon frontage, which was something that staff had in particular asked the applicant to look into. In addition to that, some improved column placement, so making the pedestrian flow and circulation down below much better. And to just go into a little bit more detail on that, just to talk about the evolution of the plaza below, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen what was sort of the midway concept of our SPRC of this sort of a horseshoe-shaped column design. You had these bulky horizontal transfer beams that were really making it feel almost more of like a private vestibule under that building overhang than an open public plaza. So working with the applicant to remove and relocate those transfer beams underneath the soffit at the rear, providing more light and air down there, improved column placement so that we don't have columns in the sidewalk anymore. We can allow for more natural seating areas, which you can see in the revised image with plantings in the middle and fixed bench seating to really, again, improve the circulation down there, and then also just increase as many biophilic components of this project as possible. There is a substantial community benefits package associated with this project for the additional density. That includes 10 on-site affordable dwelling units, 5 one-bedrooms and 5 two-bedrooms. In addition to that, not included within the community benefits per se, but the previous change in GLUP designation that I mentioned back in 2015 also includes an additional 2 CAFs with
Little frozen screen situation. Don't know if that's something our clerk or deputy clerk could help us address.
I apologize.
Oh, you're back, Mr. Watson. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's my I get cut off like every hour. Apologies about that. So I believe I covered the CAFs, and I hope everybody heard that. We'll go back over that if we need to. Green building incentive policy. So this is what I think will be the first project to achieve the new LEED Gold 0.35 FAR level under the green building incentive policy. That also includes 20% energy optimization, the Energy Star appliances of the WaterSense fixtures, all of the baseline prerequisites, which includes things like the EV parking spaces, the EV ready spaces, bird-friendly materials per our policy, and then 3 additional items from the sort of extras list of that policy. We are also getting multimodal transportation improvements, which are going to tie into the already approved transportation improvements that came with the landmark block project just to the west of this, which is also a Greystar development project. So that includes protected bicycle lanes on Clarendon and Wilson and on Courthouse, 2 new floating bus islands, wider sidewalks on the north side of Wilson Boulevard, and mid-block pedestrian crossings there just east of the site. Lastly, this is going to have a monetary contribution to future open space planning efforts within the courthouse area of approximately $449,000. So just to summarize our community engagement process, we began this back in September of last year with our online engagement survey. We had a joint LRPC and SPRC meeting in October, followed that up with a virtual SPRC meeting to talk about transportation and the plaza and updates to the project. I know Ms. Giron is here, so I'll just briefly summarize by saying all of our commission meetings, were this month in March, and both the PC, TC, and the Housing Commission all unanimously approved the project. And so now we are here at the county board. So just to bring it all together at the end here, we support this project. It's going to bring, again, a total of 12 CAFs on site here. We're getting our green fulfillment of our green building incentive policy, in delivering new public spaces with this small but vibrant new public plaza, as well as a contribution towards future open space planning. Great improvement for our bike and ped users with these multimodal transportation improvements, providing that signature gateway architecture that's called for here on the far western point of this study area, and then also just completing redevelopment west of North Troy Street for the Roslyn to Courthouse urban design study. So with that concludes my presentation. We recommend that the board approve all the items. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Watson. We appreciate that. We'll turn now to the applicant, who I believe is represented by Mr. Cummings, and I think Mr. Beinart is with us this morning as well. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm happy to be saying good morning and not good afternoon. The board has moved efficiently through its agenda this morning.
We appreciate your help in doing that, too. Thank you.
Yes, so Nicholas Cummings with Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicant. We do have a brief presentation. Mr. Beinart is going to follow me with a few slides. As you may know, the site has quite a history. In 2015, the county approved a site plan for an office building on the parcel. That approval included approximately 195,000 square feet of office GFA and nearly 7,000 square feet of retail GFA in a 12-story building. It was supported by 244 parking spaces and a 5-level below-grade parking garage. The site remained undeveloped for some years following that approval. The applicant was able to secure the parcel, now proposes a 16-story residential building with 231 units, approximately 3,500 square feet of retail, supported by only 75 parking spaces. While our building is 16 stories, due to the difference in clear heights between floors for office and residential development, our project is only 18 feet taller than the previous approval. It also has 197 fewer parking spaces and includes 233 secured bicycle parking spaces and 16 visitor bike parking spaces. So given all that, it should be obvious that this new vision for the site was inspired by its proximity to Metro Rail and other transit options in the courthouse neighborhood. We really felt that residential density at this location would be a superb fit for the neighborhood, complementing existing office, civic, and retail uses while adding much needed housing right next door to the Metro. Mr. Watson already detailed the extensive community benefit package, the transportation improvements, which we are all very excited about. I work just up the street. I'm excited to be better able to traverse this area across the street safely. So we're all excited here. With that, I'm going to yield over to Mr. Beinart. He's going to walk you through some renderings.
Thanks, Nick, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Beinart, Development Director at Greystar for our 2025 Clarendon Boulevard project. It's almost been a year to the day that we presented the landmark project across the street. And since then, that same consulting team, in concert with county staff, has been focused on this project. As mentioned, guided by the Roslyn Courthouse urban design study, we've been committed to a high-quality development with signature gateway architecture, on-site affordable housing, and a new public plaza. Located in the highly visible intersection at Clarendon and Wilson, we are proposing a residential tower of 16 stories and 231 units. Ground floor consists of 3,500 square feet of retail space and our residential lobby. As mentioned, there are 2 below-grade parking levels containing 74 spaces, and will accommodate 280 bike parking spaces on site to encourage alternative transportation methods. The unique shape of the site forms a triangle with its point at the intersection of Wilson and Clarendon Boulevards, creating a significant architectural challenge but opportunity, as highlighted by Adam. The creation of a new iconic, architecturally significant prow presents a shaped glass form looking directly down Clarendon Boulevard. Its form will evolve differently throughout the day as light strikes the angled structure. Our public plaza fulfills the urban design study's vision for providing a meeting ground and activity node for nearby neighborhoods with new retail space. Our landscape architects' land design created a biophilic design narrative that informed the elements in this public plaza and includes perennial pockets that are pollinator focused. Our retail space, not our residential lobby, opens onto this inviting new space for courthouse residents. A new alley connects Wilson and Clarendon Boulevard on the east side of our site. This removes existing curb cuts and serves our garage and loading access. The upper floor is set back roughly 12 feet on the eastern frontage to relate to the neighboring mid-rise buildings. There is also a change in materiality to enhance this design feature. Our design incorporates high-quality materials at the human level, which will vastly improve the pedestrian experience on all of our frontages. Thank you for the time today, and specifically thank you to the county staff for their engagement on this process. It's been a pleasure to work with them.
Thank you very much to our applicant for the presentation. I believe we're joined by representatives from both the Planning and Housing Commission this morning. So we'll go again to Ms. Giron. Thanks for hanging with us, and look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second Nick Cummings' comment. I'm also delighted to say that it's still morning. I tried to guess how long this would go today. So with regard to the Wendy's, we had several public speakers. We had residents and we had representatives from Rayfom, and the comments were mixed. There's some concern that the height and scale might be too much for the site. At least one commenter was excited for additional housing in the area. And C2E2, I'm not sure if they'll be here today, but they also spoke at our public hearing, and they called for more progressive efforts towards environmental sustainability with development. Overall, the PC discussion was very positive. There was some concern about wind impacts in general as we build more taller buildings in this area. There's a concern to continue monitoring for bird friendliness because the technology continues to change. We're using a lot of glass building very tall buildings, and we're in a migratory flyway. There was concern about ensuring that the open space in the plaza stays open space and isn't ultimately encroached upon for retail or restaurant purposes. But generally, we were thrilled with the on-site commitment for affordable dwelling units. And we just had a discussion related to this. So we recognized, even in our own discussion, how unusual it is to get those on site. Many developers opt for the in lieu fee instead. So while we're excited about that, we also just raised the comment, we want to make sure these don't come back as either luxury units or as a Y hotel in the short term. But in general, we supported the staff report. Mr. Watson did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to that final conversation, final note of your conversation on Tuesday. All right. Thank you so much. And I believe we have a different representative from Housing. Is that right? Haley Norris, are you with us?
I am. Yes, thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. It's great to be here. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Housing Commission this morning. The Commission considered this item at its March 10th meeting. The Commission was supportive of this development and voted to recommend that the County Board approve it. As others have mentioned this morning, this new building will include 12 on-site affordable units, including 6 family-sized 2-bedrooms in this neighborhood that's got excellent access to amenities and transit. There are a few questions about the 30-year CAF affordability term and whether this is the right length of time for affordability for these CAFs created through a site plan. Making this affordability term longer for CAFs created through the site plan process would certainly be something that the Commission is interested in seeing, certainly going forward in policies, recognizing that it may not occur here at this development. But overall, the Housing Commission supports this development.
Thank you so much, Ms. Norris. I appreciate you. Appreciate the conversation at the commission. Okay, I think we have a couple of public speakers as well on this item. Is that true, Madam Clerk?
We do. Our first speaker is Bernie Byrne, followed by Stuart Stein.
Good morning, Mr. Byrne.
Yes. Thank you, Lady Speak. The applicant has required 0.35 bonus density for lead gold. However, the applicant's planting plan, which sheet L501, is a conceptual plan, lists several non-native plants. Contrary to the staff report, these plants prevent the award of any such bonus density for this project. The planting plan lists 4 plants that are not native to America. Perhaps the worst is common late daisy, Bella perennis, which is listed on Oregon's and Alaska's invasive plant lists. This plant has already invaded natural areas in Virginia, Maryland, and West Virginia. Another is Heminger Caralis Costello de Oro, a hybrid daylily. Several daylily species are invasive. For example, Maryland law bans one of these, orange daylily. 7 naturalists have reported that the plant has spread to Arlington's natural areas. Hybrids may do the same. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has identified common daisy, daylilies, and 2 of the other listed non-native plants, fragrant hosta and cherry laurel, as being naturalized within the U.S. The development states that such plants are likely to become invasive because they lack competitors and natural enemies. The submission contains a lead scorecard that a consultant, Sustainability Partners, prepared for the applicant in March 2021. The scorecard states that a prerequisite for LEED certification for sustainable sites is do not install invasive plants. The scorecard also states that the applicant did not develop a plant schedule at the time. The scorecard also states that the applicant must design for all native plants. However, the applicant did not do this. Further, the plant list lacks milkweed. A new type of site plan condition, which you should really look at, 21.3, states that the developer agrees that the approved final landscape plan shall be consistent with the conceptual landscape plan that the county board is now looking at, and all the county standards and policies. Sheet 501 is a conceptual landscape plan that you are now considering. The county board's 2016 monarch pledge established the county's policies regarding the restoration of habitat for monarch butterflies and other pollinators. The pledge states that the county encourages developers to reestablish native plants, including milkweed and nectar plants, to the landscape. Monarch caterpillars feed only on milkweed. In Arlington, monarch prefer to lay eggs on common milkweed, Aspergillus syriaca, which thrives in sunny areas. The applicant should therefore add common milkweed to the streetscape, the plaza level 11, and the rooftop of the planned proposed building to help with the monarch pledge. That is a county policy, and that you have Scott petition. To obtain bonus density for LEED Gold, the applicant needs to replace all the above native plants with non-native plants with native plants. To comply with county policies, the applicant needs to add county milkweed, a common milkweed, Aspergillus syriaca, to sheet L501. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stuart Stein, followed by Leslie Arminsky.
Hello. First of all, the height and scale of this project is totally incompatible with the in-between study. I wish, of course, that Carrie Johnson was here to explain it to you, but I will at least say a few words. The whole basis of the in-between study was to maintain that area between Roslyn and Courthouse as a transition in terms of development, but in particular when it came to height. It is a distinct and separate neighborhood. The density allowed for in CO 2.5 was considered okay, but the plan had specific envelopes for sites and blocks, and it has been very successful in providing considerable density without causing the area to be swallowed up by the metro stations. I was involved in the original site plan in 2015. There was a considerable amount of negotiation that led to the site plan that was approved. It was still quite a stretch, but various circumstances helped. The fact that it was the last site to be approved in the plan, that the proposal had been shaped to better fulfill the transitional nature of this property, that it allowed for historic preservation. These all contributed along with others. At the time, I objected to the CO 2.5 zoning and the possibility that it could go higher up to 16 stories. I was told that the only reason for the CO 2.5 was to be able to carry out the density envisioned in the in-between study. The county said it was the only tool in the toolbox. I asked if there was a way to have a different district designated for this area, but it did not happen. And the county again explained, not to worry, this was the last site. To approve this site plan, you would be in effect removing it from the in-between area and putting it in the courthouse area. That would be one thing, but it does not in any way act as a sufficient transition from courthouse or within the site. I would also like to associate myself with what Leslie Arminsky will be saying on behalf of Rayfom. And specifically, I ask you to maximize the number of affordable units and to provide them all on site as it is now, for a term of closer to 5 years rather than the 30. One last thing. The study did say no more than 10 stories. There was some flexibility, and that was certainly part of the negotiation in 2015. Something like this was never envisioned. In fact, this is just the type of building that the plan tried to prevent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Our final speaker is Leslie Arminsky.
Could you set, okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Leslie Arminsky, and I represent the Radnor-Fort Myers Heights Civic Association, Rayfom. Rayfom feels that the height and density of the site plan are not in the spirit of the Roslyn to Courthouse Urban Design Study. The study states 9 stories down to 5 or 6 at the western end. It goes on to say, in part, a reasonable rise in heights at street corners should be permitted to create visual interest and building identity. We can have a debate on what is reasonable, but 165 feet is about 60% higher than what the study envisioned, irrespective that it is only 18 feet higher than the Carr property site plan, which was alluded to before. At the November 18th SPRC meeting, the developer's attorney said that the target market for the development would be anyone willing to pay market rate for similar new luxury rentals in the Roslyn to Ballston corridor. A quick check shows that it is not unusual to find rents of $3,000 to $4,000 per month or higher in the area. People that can afford those rates are going to want to have parking spaces for their cars, especially electric vehicles. We acknowledge the difficulties with the size and geometry of the site, but at 75 spaces or a 0.32 ratio, we feel the site plan may be somewhat underparked. The county staff's site report specifically cites alternative parking solutions that include on-street parking in addition to nearby garage and surface lots. We don't think residents of Colonial Village will be pleased by spillover from the Wendy site onto their surface parking. While there are a plethora of transportation modalities and the location is nearly on top of the Clarendon Metro, there is no mainstream large grocery nearby. The nearby stores offer more of a niche market or are small with curbed selections. The largest stores are located on Langston Boulevard. Carrying a load of groceries that distance will not be attractive to renters at that price point, and carrying groceries on Metro can be challenging. The site plan calls for 75 parking spaces. At least 4% will have EV chargers. That works out to just 3 live space minimum, with 15% being EV ready, or another 11. That is and will continue to be inadequate going forward. People who can afford these rents will want electric vehicles while reducing the carbon footprint when compared to internal combustion engines. Putting in the building infrastructure now will avoid costly retrofits in the future. If the goal is carbon neutrality, electrical vehicles are preferred. This need has been acknowledged by C2E2 and the Transportation Committee. I heard a lot of complaints and finger pointing at the meetings directed toward Dominion Energy as far as getting infrastructure in place, but no solutions to date. Shifting over to affordable housing, the developer has promised 12 committed affordable units on site, which represents about 5% of the apartments. Rayfom has always been in favor of on-site affordable units. The question is if 12 units is the most the developer could put on site, considering the height and density of the development. As a counterexample, you can look at the Sedona Slate site in Roslyn that has 54 committed affordable apartments out of 454 total, or about 12%. Over the years, county staff has argued for reduced parking ratios for properties with affordable housing because it would be a right thing to do in the area of Arlington that has lacking affordable housing. And since the property may be parking challenged, we think that at least 12%, or about 28 units, would be more appropriate. Finally, at the Planning Commission, several commissioners expressed concern that as a luxury rental and their history in the county, we may be looking at a conversion in a few years to hotel use because of high vacancy rates. We share the same concern. Please make every effort to ensure that development is successful, then target it to a market that may not make sense at this site. That concludes my remarks, and thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Erminsky, thank you. Thanks for coming in. Okay, I believe that concludes our public speakers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, the conversation is now with the board on this site plan before us today. I don't know if we want to begin with a round of questions. If not, we can start with a motion. Mr. DeFranco?
I did have a question regarding just thinking about that site. I was looking at the staff report, and I think this is for staff. It's regarding whether any thinking has been done with respect to Uber or Lyft or such sort of stopping places. The alley behind has some space, and there are mentioned 2 floating buses. But I wondered if you could speak at all to what you would envision as far as those who might be taking such services, taxis, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Mr. Gibson from DES is here this morning, so I'll turn it over to him. Thank you.
Thank you. So for short-term pickup and drop-off locations, we would expect to have a location along Clarendon Boulevard integrated with the on-street parking spaces that are along Clarendon Boulevard. We are also looking into the ability to, on off-peak hours, use a portion of the Washington Boulevard left turn lane that is adjacent to the site, use a portion of that off-peak when left turn volumes are lower to also support either pickup and drop-off, additional on-street parking, or on-street loading.
Got it. Thank you. And if I recall correctly from other projects, that would mean that you would calibrate the parking space, the balance with the parking space along Clarendon Boulevard based on sort of transportation, the facts on the ground, how much the need is. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yep. And we would continue to evaluate that through the life of the site plan.
Great. Thanks.
Please, Mr. Quintos first. Okay, I have just a couple of questions myself. The Housing Commission raised certainly a preference that I think we all would share about the term of affordability being longer if possible. Could staff remind us, since again, we don't often see these on-site affordable units in otherwise market rate buildings, which I am delighted to see and commend the applicant for working us on. But can you just remind us a little bit what our tools are there in terms of the tenure of the affordability and why this is 30 years versus achieve longer terms in committed affordable buildings?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So there's a couple options. There's a couple of things happening here, I should say. First of all, there's a base contribution, and the applicant has a couple different options for fulfilling that. There's a cash contribution. They could do further on-site units. They could do units off-site nearby, or they could do off-site units even further afield. In addition to that, there are the two additional housing contributions happening here. One is the change in the GLUP designation for the 2 additional units, up to 60% AMI for a term of 30 years. And then again, another bonus density, which brings in the 10 units, again, for up to 60% AMI for a term of 30 years. 30 years is the standard term that we do for on-site affordable housing. I think based on the life of expectancy of a building, there may be some additional points that I might defer to Mr. Fusarelli on if he has more color to add to that. But that's basically the standard that we usually set for projects such as this that have on-site affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Fitzgerald, if you have more.
Good morning, Board Chair. I actually do not at this time. I think Mr. Watson answered the question accurately. And 30 years is, while it's not the standard that is used or is not the term that is used in all projects, I would say it is definitely the standard.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you. Mr. Fossarelli, since you are there, can you elaborate a little bit of what accounts for what makes it compatible with this site plan proposal here to have this height at this location? I believe I understand that, but can we just elaborate what are the how are we rewarding exactly the developer here? What is the development delivering to justify the additional height?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Carantonis, for the question. And I may ask Mr. Watson to speak to a little bit more detail. But in terms of, I think, how the project has been refined and shaped through the SPRC process in particular, I think there are a number of design details and decisions that have been made and were reflected in both staff and the applicant's presentation today that include, for example, tapering down to the east, some materiality changes at some of the upper stories of the building itself, as well as other details. I think one of the considerations in staff's review of the project was the rather irregular and I think challenged proportions and shape of the site. So whereby there is certainly planned guidance that speaks to recommended step backs and other measures that could be used to maximize the effectiveness of transitions. Those were, I think, balanced against kind of arriving at a building form that, at the end of the day, we believe is feasible, as well as generally in keeping with much of the elements from the 2015 site plan amendment, which was before this board or a previous board several years ago. So I don't know if Mr. Watson would have any further details to add, but I think those reflect some of our considerations.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fuzzarelli. I would just add that just a clarifying point that this height is no bonus height is being awarded. This height is within the allowable height for a residential building within this zoning district. And then again, going back to that flexibility in height, the plan allows for that flexibility specifically when you're getting things, and it states this explicitly, such as on-site affordable housing or a public plaza that are being delivered with this project. I would say the building does step down. The applicant may have a better rendering of this. As Mr. Fuzzarelli mentioned, it does step down in height as it moves to the east down to 10 stories. And then the last bit here is just when the board approved the transferable development rights back in 2015, there was approximately 100 units or so that are now vested here with this site. So that would make it, again, challenging, if not impossible, for anybody to achieve exactly 10 stories here on site. So it's consistent with all those policies across the board, and then also recognizing, again, that TDR is vested here with this site plan.
Yes, thank you. The second question is on the issue of the electrification. So it seems to me, I mean, the E2C2, our Environment and Energy Conservation Commission, is bringing up in every site plan again and again the issue of trying to get a fully electrified building, which it's a goal that I really align with. Now I understand that this is not easy and this is not always feasible. My question is, how do are we expecting the developer, maybe the applicant can answer that, is there a process where the applicant goes through a study of the feasibility and then discards the option of of having electric heating or electric warm water systems, and then opts for the gas? And if And since the applicant is proposing the latter, is there any proviso that suggests that the building can be retrofitted easily in the future when, you know, the lifespan of these systems will be expended? So how hard?
I'm going to let Mr. Biner.
You want Mr. Watson to answer that?
How hard are we studying gas versus electric?
Okay. Oh, that may be a question of the applicant then.
It is, and I have Mr. John Biner here to speak.
Yep, thanks everyone. So we did a full electrification study with the landmark site. And so that study obviously translated to the current site right now. It really just comes down to the central water boiler and heater. And so I think as technology progresses, there would be a way to retrofit that system to being full electric as the technology progresses.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, that's great. I was going to ask about electrification, but we've pretty much done it, although I bring this up probably fairly frequently. There's apparently technology that can make windows be solar panels. I think that's coming along. So perhaps when this building is built, you might look into that. I don't know if you could. There are a lot of windows on it. It's a really cool design, by the way. So I'd just suggest that. And I would like to ask, Mr. Byrne always asks about the pollinator plants. Would anybody like to address that either from our staff or from the applicant? If we can add some pollinator plants on the little plaza there.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Gard. I can start. We've had a number of conversations with Mr. Byrne about that. We're aware of the desire for there to be pollinators on site and of working with the applicant to get that done, and have requested that a couple times. I think that there are some included with their design. I think there's also a concern from the applicant about making sure they have species there that provide plants that are thriving year round. So I will defer to them to answer that question more fully. But of course, when we get the final landscape plan in post approval of a site plan, we always make sure that all of the plants and the species listed thereon, are not in conflict with our adopted standards or policies for plantings.
Thank you. Mr. Beinert? Or whoever, Ms. Cummings.
Yeah, I'll take it up first. I mean, I think that's well put by Mr. Watson, and we have our representatives from Land Design here today, and I'll give them a moment to unmute and speak to the planting list more specifically if you'd like to hear some detail. But we did talk about this at the Planning Commission as well and incorporated into our presentation and the discussion there, and I think we were able to share a lot about the planting plan and the species and which would be pollinators. Go ahead, Mr. Van Wyck.
Hi, Nick. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Jesse Van Wyck. I am the landscape architect for this project. And as Adam had noted earlier, as we continue to develop these plans, we go from our overall conceptual palette, for which some of these species will continue to be refined, moving through the 4.1, post 4.1, and eventual landscape plan submittal. He is correct in that we would like to ensure that we have, in order to reach a biophilic design, ensure that we have not only pollinator plants that are only bloomed in certain seasons, but more evergreens in order to ensure that this project is of the biophilic nature all year round. And we will continue to work and develop with Arlington County to ensure that we are not using any invasive plants by their standards or the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation.
No question.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
I have just one more question, and then I'm going to turn to Mr. DeFranti for a motion. The student generation factors were a little high, as noted in the board report for this building that is almost very largely market rate and smaller units. And so I wondered if staff, maybe Mr. Ferselli in particular, could talk to us about how we reached the conclusion that 40 students would be generated and added to the catchment areas of Innovation, Dorothyham, and Yorktown here.
Great. Thank you again for the question. It's a great one, and I think it reflects a little bit upon the methodologies we use working with APS staff to seek their assistance on getting these student generation estimates for proposed development. I think this project in particular as well as others we've seen in the past, have highlighted perhaps room for improvement with the methodologies that we and more so APS staff use. And it really to arrive at these estimates, particularly for mixed income buildings. So for any building that has a certain level of committed affordable units within the building, in addition to, in most cases, a majority of market rate buildings, the way those buildings are currently treated through the APS methodology, I think in our view, provides the potential to overestimate the number of students. And this largely has to do with the small universe of mixed income projects that are captured within the zones for individual schools, which is, we get at that level of granularity in terms of, or APS does in terms of estimating these, generating the rates and estimating the students. So this isn't subject which we continue to discuss with APS. We recently discussed them with them earlier this week. We actually have a meeting coming up this next week, which we intend to further discuss options to refine and adapt our methodologies to really address challenging situations like this, especially since we expect to see more mixed income buildings in the future. And so trying to refine our work to always enhance our methodologies is what we'll be focused on.
That's great. I really appreciate that. I think this is just such important work, not only for consideration of the impacts of a given site plan, like the one we're studying, but understanding trends, right? And whether we were, for example, to start to see significant student generation numbers 1 and 2 bedroom elevator style apartments, I think, which we really haven't. What we have seen, of course, is significant student generation factors in committed affordable units, because that is what they are designed for, to stabilize families. So I can completely understand the distinction between, say, a project, we don't have a lot of them, but that is, pretty close to 50-50 versus one where it's 5% of the units are affordable. So really glad that conversation continues. And I think it certainly seems to me that 40 students will probably be a little high, and we want to make sure we're not overestimating as well as not underestimating, since we know APS does use these in their own planning studies. Mr. DeFranti with the motion, and then we'll go Mr. Dorsey for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also heartened by the trying to get really accurate with our and the continued work. I will move for item 46, the county manager's recommendations. They're in 3 parts. Part A, that we adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report dated 3/14/2022, March 14th, 2022. To amend site plan number 435 to permit construction of up to 231 residential units and up to 3,500 square feet of commercial retail located at 2026 and 2038 Wilson Boulevard, with modifications of zoning ordinance requirements including additional density, reduced parking and loading requirements, increased compact parking, density exclusions, and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development plans subject to the conditions of the ordinance. I'll also move the second part, which is the county manager's recommendation with respect to approving the ordinance of vacation attached to the staff report, same date, March 14th, to vacate a portion of an easement for street and public purposes running between Wilson Boulevard and Clarendon Boulevard along the eastern side of North Courthouse Road on property known as Lot 24, Washington View, land of GS Division or DIV, Clarendon Property Owning LLC, RPC number 17-001-001 with conditions. In addition, authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee to execute on behalf of the county board the deed of vacation and all other documents or deeds necessary to effectuate the ordinance of vacation attached to the staff report, subject to approval as to form by our county attorney. Finally, I will move the county manager's recommendation to approve the ordinance of encroachment attached to the staff report to permit encroachment of a portion of an underground electric vault into the southwestern portion of an alley running between Clarendon Boulevard and Wilson Boulevard along the eastern side of property known as part of Lot 23, Washington View, land of GS Div DIV, Clarendon Property Owning LLC, RPC number 17-011-012 with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranco. Second. You've earned your keep today. Appreciate it.
I got halfway through and wondered if I could have just said staff report and kept it more succinct, but we now have protection that we're specific enough. Just to speak to the motion, I really appreciated Mr. Watson's description and Mr. Fusarelli's description that I think helped me to understand and have the context with respect to the concerns raised by Mr. Stein. I think it's fair to be honest that there is a desire when we're 1/8 of a mile from Metro. This, perhaps as much as any other policy that we can take that will help with respect to additional trips. Just seems squarely in that world. And so that leads me to support the motion, even respecting Mr. Stein's recollection of 2015's discussion.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just take this opportunity to just make some concluding remarks, if that's okay with you. So, this is a luxury, will be a luxury, very expensive apartment building in Arlington, something that we don't have any deficit of, but to the extent that it adds to the housing supply, for which there still continues to be strong demand for units at that price point, it helps with our overall housing strategy and our goals for affordable housing indirectly. So in that sense, this is something that I can get behind. I will note that the community concerns about height, while respecting that those are likely always going to be the case, really the difference between something already entitled at 18 feet is something that I'm comfortable with, given what I believe has been a better approach to architecture and respecting the neighboring communities that this project has compared to its previous iteration. And I do share concerns about the quote unquote underparked nature of this project. You can foresee a scenario where folks with the ability to rent units at this price point are going to want their own personal vehicles, and whether they're electric or otherwise, we're probably not going to be able to accommodate them all on site. But at the same time, I would imagine that those folks are not going to be comfortable just trying to find street parking and are going to utilize any of the underutilized garages that we have in the area. And so in that sense, I think our infrastructure can well support some of the concerns that we're hearing from the community. And I will say, as for the project itself, the only thing that leaves me wanting, and I realize at this point, with my inability to provide any contributions in architectural design, it's not going to change, but that plaza is not really much of a plaza that I think is going to have benefit for the public. It'll serve the building, but the iteration that we see today is better than the initial, and so for all of those reasons, I'm happy to support this.
Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In similar tone, to start with, I'm happy that we finally did it and we have a triangular building, so that's not easy. It's really very difficult delivery. I understand that, and if it's one powerful reason for me that gives some justification to the extra height, this is the very difficult delivery on a triangular lot. On the issue of the architecture of the plaza, I'm happy to see the architecture having evolved, and it's really a far better presence of the building, a better urbanism that is delivered there. I agree with Mr. Dorsey that this plaza is more of an entrance plaza, and it really needs to be studied how best we can invite the public to actually use that space without feeling excluded from the space just because the overhang of the building above it, etc. There is a chance, because this is actually not the entrance of the building but the entrance of the business. This is the retail space that has there the presence, and I do believe that it would be beneficial to think already about how we will be managing and dealing with the outside seating area that will be probably in this plaza. Already the renderings that we have in the board report show some social and urban furniture there. And I think this is the way to go. There are ways to make that plaza more public than it appears. Further, I do think that I don't believe that I'm one who is always skeptical on parking minima. I do think that we are moving into an era where we can afford to reduce the parking ratios. And to Mr. Dorsey's point, I do think that there is enough parking available very, very close. So that this actually is an invitation to use it better and to have a better use of a resource that shouldn't be easily made available without limit. Should be limited. So with that, I also hear, and I'm mindful of the biophilic, of the lack sometimes of what I perceive a little lack of definition of how exactly what kind of delivery on biophilic design we are intending to have, because leaving it to the detailed landscape plan every time leaves some space for interpretation, which I would like to have a little bit more defined during this conversation right now. That said, it's not enough for me to be against the motion, so I'm for the motion and looking forward on seeing this building going up, with the very big hope that the electrification and even a better delivery on environmental sustainability will be within the economic interest of the developer itself, and that we will see the building being easily retrofitable soon when electric heating and cooling and electric water heating will be more economically feasible. Last but not least, I begin to think that conditions on EV charging stations, 4%, 5%, 10% or so, shouldn't be a benefit at all. This is standard. This is what every developer should be delivering today by definition and without any other discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Karantonis. And to keep us moving, since we have one more item to do, thank you so much to all who were involved and engaged. This had pretty thorough community review and respect the perspectives raised by a couple at this meeting today. That review nevertheless still means this project is inconsistent with previously reached community consensuses. I think my colleagues did a nice job of addressing that, and I associate myself with their remarks. I'll say just for my part on the parking minimums issue. Appreciate Mr. Dorsey's point about, these are very luxury apartments. My suspicion is the reason there are such luxury apartments is that people are willing to pay such a premium to be three minutes from a metro, right? You can't really get any closer to the metro than unless you're going to take up residency in this building. And I think, that has become the amenity, which is a good reminder for all of us that it is incumbent on us to make sure that it is not only the super wealthy who can live close to transit and all of the access that it provides, which motivates a number of projects we've got going on the housing front. But so I would associate myself more in Mr. Karantonis's comments that being aggressive and recognizing that the availability of parking also has a role in driving demand. So I hope and expect that tenants of this building are factoring that desire to be car-free and use our rail system into their willingness to pay a premium in this future building, which I agree is lovely. It is unusual in our landscape architecturally, and I'll look forward to rather quite literally from our vantage point of our own office, seeing it constructed over the coming months. So I'm prepared to support the motion as well. And with that, I'll call for a vote. Please, all those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. We are going to move through to our one final item before we recess for lunch. And I will turn to our clerk to please call it.
Item number 47 is the Arlington Forest.
Oh, Madam Clerk, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I'm moving rapidly. We actually have the amendment to our previous item at the ready for Mr. Dorsey to make. So we'll tie that one up with a bow before we go on to item 47.
That's good. All right.
So, Madam Chair, I move that we take the previous item 45 back off the table and put it onto the floor, in which case I would like to amend the motion that I made earlier, which is to include all the stuff that I said previously, but also to have direct staff to include a scenario for the county's 10th Street property that co-locates housing with a fire station and providing alternative maps 9.25, 6, 7, 10, and 11 in the zoning ordinance and any other provisions in the zoning ordinance affected by this alternative scenario.
All right. Is that comfortable with the seconder of the motion? Original motion, yes. Okay, so we'll consider that good. Is there any further discussion? Again, for those who are just tuning in, this is a desire to effectuate the ability to have a conversation next month about not only the 3 different scenarios that have been laid out for the current home of the fire station, but a combination of those scenarios in which the board and members of the community are very interested in exploring, in which housing and a fire station would be co-located along with a park. All good? Okay, I think all those then in favor of the overall motion as well as the amendment Mr. Dorsey has proffered, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously and we are wrapped up on the advertisement of the Clarendon sector plan and very much look forward to that conversation next month in April. All right, Madam Clerk, this time for real, would you like to call item 47 for us?
Okay, item 47 is the Arlington Forest Neighborhood Conservation Plan update.
All right, Mr. Manager, will you introduce the staff associated with this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My pleasure to introduce Naudi Martinez is here. She is the lead on this project, and Tim McIntosh is also available. So over to you, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Naudi Martinez, NC Planner with the Neighborhood Conservation Program. Members of the Arlington Forest neighborhood are here to present their updated neighborhood plan, which was approved by the NCAC in January of this year and accepted by the Planning Commission earlier this month. With us this afternoon, we have Esther Bowring, Arlington Forest Citizen Association President, Hutch Brown, the editor of this NC Plan update, and Liz Kaufman, who is the Arlington Forest NCAC representative. With that, I'll go ahead and pull up the presentation and turn it over to Ms. Bowman to begin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'd like to thank you for hearing our request for the acceptance of our neighborhood conservation plan. And I'd like to thank you. We appreciate living in a community that allows neighborhoods like ours to establish our priorities and help guide our future. And I'd also like to thank the county staff, especially NCP lead Tim McIntosh and planner Naudi Martinez. We have many people to thank for helping us update our 1991 Neighborhood Conservation Plan. And I'd especially like to acknowledge our editor, Hutch Brown, and NCP representative, Liz Kaufman, who led this process and created our extraordinary plan update. This plan could not have been created without their dedication and guidance. Other major contributors include our neighborhood master naturalists and a score of other residents who helped to develop the plan. Next slide, please. Arlington Forest straddles Route 50 in west central Arlington, and we are very fortunate to have great access to parks, trails, transportation, and many other amenities. Next. Arlington Forest has an interesting history thanks to its proximity to Lubber Run. In the late 1800s, much of the land that became Arlington Forest was owned by John Henderson Jr. Arlington bought his home in 1951 and created the original Lubber Run Community Center, which was the first community center in the county. Next. Most of the development in Arlington Forest's homes were constructed in 1939 through 1946, and a few additional homes were added in 1950 to 1967. Thank you. Next. The oldest homes are in the colonial revival style. Arlington Forest was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 2005. Next. There are many places of interest in Arlington Forest. The Arlington Forest Shopping Center, Lubber Run Community Center, the new one, of course, is incredible. Lubber Run Amphitheater, Barrett Elementary School, the Edison Park Playground, which is our most recent NCP project, Lubber Run Arlington Forest and Glen Carlin Parks, Lubber Run Farmers Market, and Culpeper Gardens. Next. The Arlington Forest Citizens Association was formed in 1940. I think we can go to the next slide. Thank you. We are an active group with many volunteers, and we still hand deliver 8 newsletters a year to all 851 households in Arlington Forest and hold 8 yearly Civic Association meetings. Our involved residents host many activities throughout the year and support our local schools and venues. Next. In 2018, a decision was made to update the last version of the NCP, which was created in 1991. From 2019 through 2020, we engaged our residents at civic association meetings. We conducted an exercise, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, and a survey. And then the survey had 187 respondents out of the 851 households. In 2020 through 2021, the plan was drafted. Drafts were summarized in the newsletter, posted on our website, discussed at our civic association meetings, and extensively reviewed by the community. In September 2021, the NCP was approved by the neighborhood, and then on March 7th, it was accepted by the Planning Commission. And now I'm going to turn it over to our editor, Hutch Brown.
To talk about the content of the Neighborhood Conservation Plan. We took a lot from the old one, the 1991 one, but 30 years had passed, and so it was time for redoing it. The core of the plan, of course, is the neighborhood goals, and there's one overarching goal that all the other goals tier off of, and that is we really want to preserve the things that we in Arlington Forest like about living in Arlington Forest. Next. So there are lots of things, but three things in particular, three broad things that most of us really want to preserve. First is what we call the park-like residential atmosphere. We're, of course, very fortunate to be living right near parks like Lubber Run, Glen Carlin, Bluemont. And those park features extend into our neighborhood in some degree, in some manner. A good example is Arlington Forest Park. It's right across from the shopping center. And it's a unique natural ecosystem. And it's right in our neighborhood. So we have quiet, we have walkability, we have the homes, the trees, we have lots of large trees. There's just a real charm about this place, and we want to preserve that. We enjoy the trees, we have lots of wildlife. The streams are a wonderful feature. We're really lucky. And we really want to extend congratulations and appreciation to Parks and Recreation for everything that they do for all of us in Arlington, but especially we benefit a lot in Arlington Forest. Next. Another thing is the sense of community. I moved here in the 1990s and was really struck, and have been struck ever since, by the warmth and the welcoming attitude of people in Arlington Forest toward everyone, people from all different backgrounds. That's expressed in a number of different ways. Our Active Citizens Association, neighborhood newsletter, the PTAs we have, of course, the various arts opportunities, Lubber Run Amphitheater, then all kinds of volunteer opportunities. Even as I speak, we have folks out doing refurbishing the vegetation on our neighborhood traffic circles. Okay, next. Then, of course, it's a great location, hard to beat. Arlington itself is a great location within the metropolitan area, and within Arlington, we think we have one of the best. The neighborhood parks have a lot to do with it, but so do good schools and libraries. We have ready accessibility to shops, restaurants, all within easy walking or driving distance. Then, of course, the new community center is great. And then, of course, public services are excellent in Arlington, as everyone knows. Healthcare, emergency response, all the rest. Okay, next. So in order to preserve these things, which is the purpose of our neighborhood conservation plan, in order to keep the things that we like about living here, there are some things that we have, some areas of concern that we want to address. And our neighborhood conservation plan has lots of recommendations, and some of them address these areas of concern. One of them being safety. Now, there are some corners in the neighborhood that are rather dangerous to pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. And there are some of the streets that have issues as well. Okay, next. Another area of concern is loss of ecological integrity. We know about tree canopy decline throughout Arlington. It applies to our neighborhood as well, although we've reversed that to some degree through our homeowners planting trees. Expanding impervious surfaces. Arlington Lubber Run watershed is 49% impervious now. And so that's a real concern because it contributes to stormwater runoff, flooding, erosion. Lubber Run is eroding, so is 4 Mile Run pretty badly. Invasive species, that was talked about earlier in an earlier session, and we have that in our local parks. I see it all the time when I walk through them, especially English ivy, but also lesser celandine, a number of other things. And then deer. Everybody loves to see the deer. They weren't around when I first moved in. Now they're here and we love it. But they can get to be so many that they damage the natural environment. And we're there. Arlington, as you know, did a survey, 290 deer for all of Arlington. They tend to concentrate in natural areas. We live in those natural areas. As a result, we have about 30 to 40 deer per square mile in our neighborhood, and that is several times too many to be sustainable. So, next slide. Our neighborhood, how could I forget? We also are concerned about redevelopment. Home footprints are expanding in Arlington Forest just as they are everywhere else. That's an issue for us. Also, the potential for upzoning through the missing middle housing study is a concern for us. Everybody knows what the potential trade-offs are from all of these things. More traffic noise, less tree cover, loss of green space, parking issues, overcrowding of schools, the list goes on. Okay, next. So our neighborhood conservation plan contains a number of recommendations, and the core recommendations address these main concerns that we have about preserving what we like about our neighborhood. First, we recommend that we preserve our current zoning. It's the same recommendation that was in the 1991 Neighborhood Conservation Plan. Second, we make a number of recommendations for working with the county to improve safety. We also make a number of recommendations for working with the county to reduce tree loss and the spread of impervious surfaces. Now, of course, homeowners bear a huge responsibility for that. The county is limited in what it can do. And we are willing to work with the county. We're willing to step forward and do what we can in these areas, tree loss and stormwater runoff. And finally, we want to work with the county to preserve the parks and restore ecological integrity by mitigating stormwater runoff, by combating invasive species, which we already do to some degree, and to work with the county to manage the deer. Next. So that's the content in a nutshell. Next slide. And I just want we want to really express what a pleasure it's been working with the county teams in all of this. They were just great. Tim and Noddy and all the rest of them were great. And a special shout out to folks with the county who contributed to the Neighborhood Conservation Plan, Lily Whitesell, who I work with as stream monitor, and Lindell Core, of course. And with that, we're done, hopefully.
Excellent. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you for that presentation to you and Ms. Bowering both. I don't believe we have any public speakers on this item. Is that the case?
We do not.
Okay, terrific. So that means the conversation is with the board. I think for expedience, we could go ahead and get a motion on the table and then move to questions and discussion. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I move that the board adopt the resolution attached to the board report dated March 10 to accept the Arlington Forest Neighborhood Conservation Plan.
Second.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. Questions and comments? Ms. Garvey, would you like to speak to your motion?
I want to thank the the whole Arlington Forest neighborhood. I mean, it's a beautiful report. I mean, the pictures, I looked at them and I said, I think I see Mr. Howell at work there, and it's great. And just thank everybody for the work. And these are great ways to kind of get a snapshot in time on where particular neighborhoods are and where they would like to be. And I think it was very helpful, and really appreciate all the work that went into it.
Thank you. I think I saw Mr. DeFrenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Ms. Bowering and the group who helped put this together. And thank you for the chance to be with you last month as we had a discussion of some of the conservation plan and some of the issues related to missing middle housing. Appreciated that opportunity and want to continue to engage. I found the conversation spirited but civil, and I really appreciated both components of that. So happy to support this. I do want to note I'm really pleased that Lubber Run has turned out to be such a good resource. I think at the farmers markets that I first went to, there was more concern than hope. This is 3 or 4 years ago, but Lubber Run has a community center has turned out to be a real resource, and enjoyed walking through that over the last 2 months. There's also pieces on page 13 and page 15 that talk about the various pieces of this, the desire to preserve and conserve the neighborhood, and also the recognition, which I very appreciate, the honesty of the recognition of the history that has been there, along with the demographic change that has come in the neighborhood. So happy to support this.
Thank you. If Mr. Candres, if you'll allow me, I have just a question before we get to comments. I think there is a number of terrific things about this plan, and commend the neighborhood and certainly the amount of time that went into preparing it. There are also a few comments in here that somewhat unusually for a neighborhood conservation plan are essentially statements of the neighborhood's preference regarding policy that is in fact county-wide, particularly when it comes to an issue as important as housing. And so I wondered, as we discussed, Ms. Martinez or perhaps Mr. McIntosh, a question about the overall NC process. From your perspective, and I know we've had a lot of conversation about what NC is and isn't, right, as part of that programmatic review recently, what are the expectations that you have as CPHD team members, that your colleagues have, with regard to how NC plans are used in making county-wide public policy?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Crystal. I'm happy to take that. So I think the plans are used in a variety of ways internally to really find out where neighborhoods stand on particular issues. And in some cases, obviously, it can relate to the policy, and sometimes there's a conflict between what the county would like to see and what the neighborhood would like to see. I think it focuses less so on that disconnect and more so on the ways that we can improve the county together in collaboration with the neighborhood. So as it was noted earlier, the plan is accepted by the board. It's not adopted, and there will always be components of the plan where the county and the neighborhood just don't agree. And I think that's the reason the plans are done by the neighborhood, and that's the reason they're not adopted by the board. But they are used quite extensively internally, I think, to help inform staff on where the neighborhood stands on particular items.
Thank you so much, and particularly that point about the clarification about the board's action, acceptance versus adoption. So thank you. Mr. Karantonis, appreciate your letting me go first.
Oh, thank you. Indeed, this is a motion to accept the plan, so that is receive the plan and read it and understand at this point in time what the desires of the neighborhood are, what the neighborhood sees as important elements of their quality of life, of the character of the neighborhood. But Arlington is evolving as a whole, so we are a very big community, and this is a part of the big and rich fabric and puzzle of Arlington. I was really excited to read the plan. I was there when it was presented at the NCAC meeting. I have to say thank you, Mr. McIntosh. I didn't know that Mr. McIntosh is actually almost a native Arlington Forester. His family was, running a small business at the shopping center next to Arlington Boulevard. So he has a personal story. He shared that, and that was absolutely excellent. For me, there are two things. I cannot stress how enough how important these two major natural assets are, the Lubber Run Park and the 4 Mile Run Park, that are actually framing the neighborhood in a very specific way. I think that this neighborhood is a steward of a significant part of these assets, and I think that this is very important to look forward in improving, making them more accessible, making sure that we make them sustainable on the very long run and for the benefit of everybody, not only Arlington Forest. Another a little thing that, and it was surprising to me to see how fast Arlington Forest actually got to be from 1939 to 1946 in seven years. That was it. I mean, a forest, which was the equivalent of what Lubber Run Park is today, probably, was subdivided in 852 lots, and that was fast. But
Likely over the strong objections of the neighbors then.
that was really fast. So, and I think that gave the neighborhood a certain, making it is still visible in its the street grid and the decisions that were made when this subdivision happened. I think they present some advantages, and they also present some challenges. One challenge I want to see, I want to follow up also with the neighborhood, is the bikeability of the neighborhood. It's just not nice it's not, to me, not acceptable today that North Carlin Springs, for example, which I consider an excellent connector, is not friendly to cycling. It's next to a huge asset like the Rubber Run Community Center, and both George Mason and Carlin Springs remain cycling challenged arterials. And I really think that among the lessons that I've learned is that making them more accessible for cyclists and for pedestrians will improve the accessibility of these major assets that Arlington Forest has. Other than that, this was an excellent plan, and I'm still involved and engaged to discuss how the future will look in the greater context of Arlington. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, you get a neighborhood conservation plan, and it's helpful to help better understand the history of the community that we all serve. And I just love the opportunities to see all the names cited of people who are involved in producing this work and trying to the best that they can to galvanize the intent and interests of their neighbors. I will note that as I read page 3, the executive summary, there was language used that was along the lines of looking forward to working with the county to align policies and plans like the upcoming missing middle housing study with neighborhood goals, which was very hopeful to me, given many conversations that I've had with Arlington Forest residents over the years. But I will say that as you read the document, you get sort of in the middle portion, there's a one-sided debate about that missing middle housing study that is yet to be completed. So I'm just going to put out a marker, hopefully, that the spirit of the executive summary is one that carries through, because one of the things that's also challenging as a public official in looking at meeting a community's goals is, how do you prioritize the other goals, which came through clearly in the plan, which are to make Arlington Forest more diverse, not only in terms of race and ethnicity, but in terms of levels of income, to bring about the conditions that can bring about improvement in the neighborhood serving retail that exists there, yet also marrying the very clear desire on the part of many people to preserve it with no change. And so our job is to try and make sure that we can do the best we can to help all of your goals come true. And, one-sided debates about things that are not yet even done don't really help us. And so I look for the partnership of the community as we evolve that process moving forward. Thanks for all the work.
Mr. Dorsey, very well put. And in concluding, I want to make some similar comments. The NC program is premised on the ideas that neighborhoods are experts on neighborhood resources. And so we, to some extent, defer to this wisdom and this expertise about the specifics of the neighborhood in accepting these plans. They are not substitutes for the policymaking process, in which countywide or sometimes even regional issues are weighed. And there is a reason that policy process includes the perspective of multiple stakeholders. For example, property owners of commercial buildings, like, for example, the Arlington Forest Shopping Center during a policymaking process like a site plan, or access to experts and professionals, so that when we act on things like the missing middle, we are doing that to the best of our ability based on data and evidence from other communities and precedents within our own community, not just speculative concerns, which is, I think, about as generous as I can describe what is represented as fact, that one-sided debate that Mr. Dorsey described, particularly on page 25, which is, there is no citation for what these concerns are based on. I think that doesn't mean the concerns aren't validly or truly felt, but they should not be the basis for public policy. And so I also appreciate the opportunity to lay that marker in noting that these questions will be resolved through a policy process rather than an NC plan. I also would suggest and hope, because the neighborhood conservation team is working on now the implementation framework of the program review that we all discussed some months ago, that I think it could be really helpful to think better about how we can formally codify or call out recognitions of times when NC plans or the represented perspective of the neighborhood is potentially in conflict with, or at least one perspective, and not the total of perspectives in policymaking in the county, and maybe also thinking of ways to codify or really be more explicit about how plans will be used and not used when it comes to policy development. I also, in conversation with Mr. McIntosh, he noted that our template resolution that we're acting on today is probably about 30 years old and could maybe bear some updating as well. So I look to all of that as an opportunity to make sure that we're not just commenting on this from the dais, but hopefully formalizing that balance of expectations going forward. To conclude on a more hopeful note, I think there are a lot of things that are extraordinary about this plan, and I really do commend the neighborhood leaders and the civic association on their work here. As my colleagues have mentioned, particularly the description of the ecological features of Arlington Forest was just extraordinary. The interaction of the science and the history there in the research done. I learned something, for example, about the fire ecology that created the landscape as we know it, and how current practices change from those practiced by indigenous people, and really appreciated the work that Arlington Forest did in surfacing and documenting that, as well as the gorgeous photography from Mr. Howell that Ms. Garvey noted. And I, in particular, also want to call out, I think the description of the parks maintenance and the goals for parks maintenance does what I think NC plans can do best, which is provide not only a basis for advocacy to the county for investment, which I know we can continue to expect, but also a basis and a spur and an inducement to volunteerism. And I think that in that sense, this plan is very empowering of the neighborhood to help take charge of those natural resources that mean so much to Arlington foresters. So glad to be able to end on that more hopeful note. I do appreciate the opportunity for conversation. And again, I appreciate the work of the neighbors. This is no small undertaking. It is not remunerative. It is all volunteer. And we appreciate the many hours that went into doing so. Ms. Garvey,
just one note. I did note, I think Mr. Howell was not the only photographer. There are a number of photographers there. I think I saw a number of names. I was surprised. Pretty amazing photography going on.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very good point. Thank you. My apologies. It looks like I'm seeing credits to Dan Brown, perhaps to our presenter today. Thank you for your photography skills as well as your excellent presentation skills, Mr. Brown. And with that, I think we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Congratulations and thank you to Arlington Forest. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any other items to come before the board on our regular agenda today?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you so much. We are going to recess formally until Tuesday, March 22nd for a recess meeting at 3 p.m. But informally, we will gather again in about an hour's time downstairs at the flagpole in the Bingham Center, and we hope that community members will be joining us. We are taking the occasion of the 2-year anniversary of the pandemic to pay tribute to the 321 Arlingtonians whose lives have been lost to COVID. We'll be welcoming members of our complete vaccination committee, as well as other community leaders and the Army Brass Band for that tribute. So we hope to see you all at 2 p.m. in front of the flagpole. Thank you so much. And with that, we are adjourned.